Brown down the lane. Brown rejected by the Sixers. Here comes the run out. George behind his back to BJ, and he slams it. Timeout Boston. What a game. Sixers 69, Boston 54. Are you kidding me? BJ Edgecombe slams it in.
I mean, I've been playing these guys for so long. I'm tired of losing to them. So we have a chance to accomplish, something special. I mean, they're a great team, and you look at everything they have. That's a super team. So we just got to go in there with the mindset we've had for the last, 2 games, last 2 wins, and one play at a time. Tough environment, but we've been there. We won 2 games over there. So just keep doing what we've been doing, and we're going to be fine.
As heard on 97.3 ESPN, Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, the Sixers have forced a Game 7. They're going back to Boston, and they will play the Celtics with a chance to move on to the second round. Here we go, Sports Bash Live Happy Hour Friday. What are we feeling out there, everybody? What a Saturday it's shaping up to be for the Philadelphia sports fans today. Down the shore, where are you at? What are you having? Join us live, 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. And, of course, everybody watching the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel and on the radio at 97.3 ESPN. An ass-kicking last night. A demoralizing ass-kicking, if you will. The Celtics just got outplayed and basically gave up. They basically gave up last night. The starters came out with about 10 minutes left in the game, but they gave up before that. They had no answer. They had no answer last night for the Sixers, and now it goes back to Boston where the Sixers have won twice already. Can they win 3 in a row? Now, I said yesterday, I just don't see it. I don't see them winning 3 times in a row, but there's a lot we have to dive into on this game last night, because did the game last night sell you a little bit? Maxey, 30 points, 5 assists. First Sixers player since Dr. J with 30 points, 5 assists, and no turnovers in a playoff game. Joel Embiid, almost a triple-double, 19 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists. But the big thing for Joel Embiid, look at his defense in this series. His defense has become a difference maker. Him and Paul George and Oubre, their defense is leading the way right now. It is overshadowing the Maxey night, the Embiid night, and everything else. Their defense is why they're winning this series. Boston, the second-best offense in the NBA, 93 points last night. They've been under 100 in every loss, and it's because the Sixers' defense has found a way to unlock the pressure and cause the Celtics to just really not shoot the ball all that well. When you think about it, the Boston Celtics are a team, they're really a one-trick pony. They have no inside game at all. They are a one-trick pony. They live by the 3 and they die by the 3. And they just flat out, again, could not shoot it last night. 12 of 41. They're under 30% from 3. Philly didn't shoot much better, but they made enough. But ultimately, big difference in the game last night, by the way. How about the free throw shooting? Philadelphia, 89%. I say big difference. The Sixers blew them out last night. That game wasn't close. The game wasn't close, and the Sixers, one big number last night. They out-rebounded the Celtics. And when the Sixers defend and rebound, it's going to be a tough out for most teams. If they can rebound and defend, which has been something, has not happened for them. The most exhausting conversation in Philadelphia sports over the last 3 to 4 years. If the Sixers can be healthy, well, here they are. This might be the healthiest they have been in a long, long time. Joel seemingly is somewhat back to full health. We know Paul George missed a lot of times. He seems healthy, and I know Paul George is a guy that a lot of people just didn't like the signing or just have never really connected with. Totally understand it. he has been a huge factor in this series. Paul George's defense is changing this series. Paul George's defense is changing the series, and the Celtics just don't have an answer. You know, Nick Nurse is a guy that we constantly gave a lot of problems to, or a lot of grief to, I should say. Right now, Nick Nurse is running circles around Joe Mazzulla. And that is crazy to say. Now, we don't give coaches credit a lot of times. We usually blame them. But Mazzulla has no other answer. He is literally just saying, shoot more threes. And if we don't make them, keep on shooting them, because that's all I have. But the one thing he's having real problems with is he's having real problems with how to defend the 76ers, because Joel Embiid's kicking their ass. Joel Embiid is kicking their ass. They have no answer for Embiid. The three clowns they have playing center are getting abused. And then they have to try to double, and now Embiid's picking them apart. It's almost like you've got Embiid, you've got this version of Embiid who's having more fun throwing passes than he is scoring buckets. And that's not a good recipe for the Celtics. Their defense is inadequate at best for Joel. If you get a healthy Joel and you get this version of Joel, and by the way, you need the version of Paul George you got last night, 5 of 9 from 3. You need the version of Tyrese Maxey you had last night, 3 of 5 from 3. It would be helpful if you had a better version of Edgecombe, but Edgecombe made 1 3 last night, and it's the dagger, right? All night long, he's just not shooting it well. And I don't know that anybody really felt that Boston was getting back in the game. I don't think that anybody thought Boston was like a threat. But I don't know how you watched that game. I certainly was kind of there thinking, oh, my God, don't let this thing get back to 10. It felt like that second unit was just like, you know what? Screw this. We're going to try to get back in this game. We're going to try to get this thing back to 10. And all of a sudden, right when it got close, right when you felt like maybe this could be something that happens, maybe they can cut this thing in and make it interesting, here's VJ Edgecombe.
Joel into the lane, backing, turning to VJ. Corner 3, up and good. The Sixers are going to be heading to Boston. They lead 98-78. 5 minutes to go. And the crowd with a standing ovation, a sellout of over 19,000.
Edgecombe hits that corner 3. Game, set, match. And the Sixers move on. We'll go to Game 7. We'll have it for you here on 97.3 ESPN. They did us dirty because the Sixers are playing at 7:30 tomorrow night, and the Flyers are playing at 8 o'clock. So the Flyers at 8, the Sixers at 7:30. You got a Game 7 versus a Game 1. I don't know how you handle that. I guess if you're more of a hockey guy, you're probably maybe going Flyers. I know everybody could probably figure out a way to get them on 2 screens, but only one can get the audio. Who gets the audio tomorrow night? Game 7 or Game 1? You got to go Game 7, right? I mean, there's only one answer to this question. I got Game 7. Thankfully, the Phillies are doing us a favor by playing at 4 in the afternoon. You got the Kentucky Derby tomorrow. So you got the Phillies at 4. The Derby will run and probably go off right around 6:57. And then the Sixers begin at 7:30, and you get the Flyers at 8. So you're going to get the Sixers. And I guess the Sixers game will end, and you'll be able to flip over and get third period action. But they did us no favors with that. But I want to hear from the people out there today on, are you legitimately giving the Sixers a shot here? By the way, it's the first game in the series where the team that hit more threes won the game, lost the game. In not only the series, the entire season series. The Celtics made 12 threes last night to the Sixers 11. Every time someone had won between the Sixers and Celtics this year, that team made more three-pointers. Last night was the first night that did not happen. The Celtics just have no answer for Embiid. I mean, there's nothing they can do, and it's not because he's scoring, but they have to double him, right? They have to double Embiid. And when they double him, someone's open. They got no shot with Embiid playing like this. Unless they start making threes of their own. But the way the Sixers are playing defense, they're having problems. And then Tatum, he left the game last night. There was some talk about his calf. They're saying he's going to play. But if he's somewhat compromised, that's interesting because he didn't look like himself in the second half last night at all. He definitely looked different in the first half than he did in the third quarter. He didn't play much in the fourth, if at all. Derek White, who I'm a big fan of, and he had a decent game last night. He did hit 3 threes last night, but he has not played well in this series at all. Derek White is a guy that we talk about a lot, that the Sixers don't have a Derek White. Well, right now, you got to think about getting Derek White off the floor. Queta, Garza, and Vucevic. It's a law firm I'm not hiring. But those 3 guys are getting abused. If Pritchard goes 1 for 8, you're not winning the game. It seems like, think about this. If you're the Celtics right now, if Peyton Pritchard doesn't shoot the ball well, we got no shot. Jaylen Brown seemed disinterested last night. He's having a hard time. He's having a hard time with Oubre and George. The length of those 2 guys are giving him some problems. I can't believe we're having this kind of conversation, but it's a fair conversation to have because most people who have been, hey, the Sixers, if they're just healthy, I talked about at the beginning, they're just as talented, if not more talented than the Celtics are. The Celtics have Tatum and Brown, and then there's White. But the rest of that team, I mean, Queta and Vucevic and the other idiot, Garza, I mean, those guys are just jags. They're just guys. You know, Hauser, just a guy. Shireman, these guys are, but they play well within the Boston system. But you're more talented than they are from 1 to 12. I mean, you like Tatum and Brown. Everybody likes Tatum and Brown. No one's debating that Tatum and Brown are awesome players. None of them have been the MVP of the league. The Sixers have one of them. And you can make a strong argument that Maxey is now putting himself in the category right there with Tatum and Brown, a notch below. Paul George, where would he be? The best level of Paul George. He's right in that conversation, maybe a step below Tatum and Brown. So the Sixers have 2 of those guys, plus Embiid. And I think the rest of the rosters are kind of a steel cage match. You got Oubre, they got White. I think White's better than Oubre is. But it depends on the night. It's not like a clear cut every single night. Some nights Oubre shoots it well. He didn't shoot, he hasn't really shot well. But it's made for an interesting Game 7, that's for sure. This doesn't feel like the Game 7 in 2012 when the Sixers made it to Game 7 and you were just happy to be there. Now the question is, and this is where I find it interesting, you got a lot of Sixer haters out there. People are just tired of this team, done with them, didn't believe in them, didn't even care, don't want to give them a shot. We talked about it at one point when they got healthy. And then, of course, the appendectomy happened. And it was like, everybody wants to hate this team. But is this the one that makes you fall back in love with them? That does stuff that you never thought they can do? They beat the Celtics. And think about this. If they beat the Celtics, they would play the Knicks. Can you imagine a path to the Eastern Conference Finals where you would beat the Celtics and the Knicks on your way there? You would have no choice but to fall madly in love again with the 76ers. And right now, this is the scary part. This is the scary part. Too many of the pundits are now switching to the Sixers. Too many pundits are all saying, well, the Sixers, this is the healthy team. And we've been saying if they're just healthy, that this is who they can be. Because right now, the last 2 games, clearly, they have been the better team. They have been the better coach team. They have been the better playered team. They have more talent. And they are causing all sorts of problems for Boston because of their length, their size, and Boston just don't have an answer for Joel Embiid. And guess what? Neither does anybody else in this league. Very few teams have an answer for a healthy Joel Embiid. And he's a healthy Joel Embiid right now. A healthy Joel Embiid coupled with this Tyree. And by the way, Tyrese Maxey hasn't even had a breakout game yet. He's had some big moments. I thought he played really well the last 2 nights. But where's the Tyrese Maxey 39 burger? Where's the Tyrese Maxey 6 of 10 from three-point range night? Still hasn't had one of those. Edgecombe had a huge game in Game 2. He hasn't had a big game since. Is Edgecombe going to sit quiet the rest of this whole series? Paul George had a great game last night, 23 points, 5 3-pointers. I thought his defense changed the whole game. Oubre hasn't had a great shooting night yet other than the play-in game against Orlando. By the way, has this ever happened before? I can't imagine. 2 teams play each other in the play-in and then face each other in the Eastern Conference Finals. Can you imagine? Because Orlando's going to beat Detroit, I think. Detroit, like right now, looks like a shot fighter. I know they won the game. They got to go to Orlando tonight and win. That game's on 97.3 ESPN. I don't know that happens. And I'm not sure that Cleveland or Toronto beats Orlando at this point. So it could be, how funny would that be, if the 2 play-in teams made it all the way through and faced each other again? That would be pretty crazy. But right now, you can make an argument that both the play-in teams are better than the teams that they're playing.
You know who would love that is Adam Silver.
Yeah. Well, especially with this new tanking thing, this 3-2-1,
Oh, yeah.
they're talking about, and they're saying that the teams that lose in the play-in would actually have better odds, which is what I've kind of
Yeah, they basically took your idea and put their own spin on it.
Yeah, so they said the teams that make the play-in would have better odds than the 3 worst teams.
Correct.
So that if you made the play-in, the question would be, would you throw the play-in so you get better draft lottery odds?
Right. And the other thing is you can't have a top 5 pick back-to-back years, and they're doing this whole thing. They're basically trying their best to de-incentivize tanking at all.
Yeah, they're basically saying if you win more, you have a better shot. So get out of the bottom 3 and move your way up the ladder.
Listen, they only did it this way so they don't have to give you any royalties. That's what really happened.
Right,
they don't want to give you
exactly.
any royalties, so they went to the patent people and said, listen, Mike Gill already has this idea. How can we make it so we don't have to pay him anything?
Saturday, what gets more of your attention? Who's got the audio? It's our poll question at Mike Gill Show. A lot of people voting already. 7:30 Sixers Celtics Game 7. 8 o'clock Flyers Hurricanes Game 1. Right now, Josh, you know what the votes are? Just about 50-50.
I'm not surprised. I think I'm conflicted because, well, first of all, I'm angry because the fact that the NHL is putting this game up against the Sixers.
The NHL is
it's
getting a lot of
embarrassing.
slack here because the Sixers game was scheduled first. But the NHL's problem is they only have one game on Saturday night scheduled. So they had to schedule it at the time that the television gave them.
Yeah, but do we really know the television demanded that time? Like, you tell me that
TV demands everything.
Like,
All of these games, the NHL doesn't go to them and say, hey, listen, because the NHL doesn't.
Then we blame the television.
Yeah, you blame the television.
Because the television should know better than to put the Sixers
there's
and
no
Flyers at the
question.
same time.
Like the NHL doesn't go and say, "Hey, can you put the Flyers up against the Sixers?" The ABC says, "Look, we have 8 o'clock Saturday night. Philadelphia is your best branded team right now. We think we can get the best ratings with them at that spot. That's what we're going to do."
But guess what? It's still a bad idea.
I don't like it, but what it does is it makes you almost, I don't know how the establishments out there, if you will, what do? Who puts the sound on? Which game do you put the sound on? Because your options are you want to go to a place that has multiple TV viewing.
Right.
But what audio do they put on?
It's a huge question.
Big time question. And it would be you're going to have literally divides. I mean,
People would be angry.
You're going to have people that are like, wait a second, I want to put the Flyers game on. No, we got the Sixers game on. It's a Game 7. You have to put the Sixers game on. I implore you, bar owner. It's Game 7. Now, you can adjust the audio if you really want to win people over. You have someone that's literally there flipping that audio
Back
during
and forth.
commercials.
Ooh, that would be smart. Now you're thinking outside the box here.
You got to have almost somebody on that remote, and it's on the one game's on ABC, the other game's on NBC. So it's not Prime, it's not Peacock, it's not Apple, it's on regular television. So you got to have somebody ready to go, flipping back and forth and having your best night ever. You got to have your best remote control worker. You got to have them going Saturday night. Because, listen, here's the situation. The Phillies are on at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
No conflict.
No, but you can't have NBC Sports Philadelphia just lagging on all day long.
Oh, right.
You got to make the flip.
Well,
you go over to the Kentucky Derby.
Correct, which is on the same channel as the Sixers game.
And then it goes right to the Sixers. So the Derby's on NBC. The Sixers are on NBC. So you got to go Phillies on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Yep.
Then when that's over, you go over to the NBC for the Derby coverage.
Yes, sir.
Then you keep it on there for the Sixers. You got to get the other TV, though. You got to get every other one. And you got to – here's a big one for the bar owners. You know where I'm about to go here?
I have a couple theories, but go ahead.
Can't have a delay. You can't have some TVs with the same game on if one is delayed and the other room, like if you can see or hear, I can't have the big bucket and some people going, yeah! And then everybody's like, what just happened?
That's
Can't
the
do
worst.
that.
That's very bad.
No delay.
And you know what part of the problem is that, and I'm not going to name any establishments because I'm not trying to throw them under the bus, but there are some places in this area that love to do the set it and forget it.
Can't do it. Not Saturday.
You can't do it Saturday. So you got to put your big boy pants on. You got to stop being lazy, and you got to give the people what they want.
Saturday night, you need your A team. You need your best person on the remote control. You need the best person on the audio. And if you really want to be top tier, you got to even flip that audio during commercials and go, bam, Sixers, bam, Flyers during a commercial. You got a halftime, bam, we go back to the Flyers. You got intermission, bam. I mean, you gotta be on it. That's your night. This is your night to shine. This is your night to shine. Because you got Phillies afternoon, you got Derby. This is it, baby.
And if you're really smart, you got to tell people that you're doing it.
Well, you're right. You want to try to get the message out there and say, listen, we're going to have all the games on and the audio will be on for both. We will take care of you.
Exactly.
Now, the Sixers win last night. 609-403-0973. How many people out there are buying into the Sixers and actually now say, you know what? They have won me back over, that I can't believe I'm saying this, but I believe that they can win this game. How many of you out there exist? 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Or how many people say, you know what? You're not roping me in, Sixers. You're not doing it. And I'm giving my attention to the Flyers. By the way, YouTube is rocking right now. We got a lot of people. Jeffrey, what's going on, dude? He says, if the Sixers play like they did the last two games, they are winning the series. Go Sixers. Jeffrey's watching on Facebook. Angie, what's up, Angie? She says, my audio will be on Sixers. Flyers get the commercial breaks. Game 7 versus Game 1. Thank you. You got to go Game 7. AJ Shortmax says, he's watching on YouTube. Says, I'm going Flyers. Probably turn on the Sixers on the last 10 minutes of the game. Basketball games are a waste to the last few minutes. You can say that about all sports. I mean, the first quarter of a football game, you can come back in the fourth quarter. I mean, people always say, I don't only need to watch the last 2 minutes of a basketball game. You know, I only need to watch the last 5 minutes of a hockey game most times. You know, if it's a 1-1 game, I didn't have to see anything else. I just saw that it's 1-1 when I tuned in. Jeff, our boy Jeff from Ocean City, is watching on YouTube. He was at everything last night. He went Phillies. He sent us a picture on the text board, too. Jeff's great. He's watching on YouTube. He texted the text board with pictures from yesterday. He was at the Phillies game, and then there was a rain delay, and people had to leave the Phillies game and go Sixers. Jeff, when did you leave to go Sixers? He says, I played the Philly triple play yesterday. Phillies to win 2 and Sixers 1. A little $10 wager turned into $85 cash. I love it. PG getting suspended actually has been a positive. Fresh legs, stamina to play defense. His defense has been the difference maker in this one. Who's buying in to the Sixers. Are you in or are you out? Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. PressOfAC.com previews the weekend with us next.
Embiid on the back down. Tatum comes to double on the back, and Oubre gets a jam. What a dish by Embiid. A behind-the-back bounce pass. Kelly Oubre from the right baseline gathered it and then dunked it.
Just got to go out there with the right mindset. It's going to be a dogfight, most definitely. It's going to be fun. And, we just got to go out there and play as hard as we possibly can. That's it, man. Just go out there and leave it all out there on the floor.
Tyrese Maxey, what needs to happen to win a Game 7? We got to leave it all out on the floor. Well, they've been leaving it out on the floor the last couple of nights. Have they left it out on the floor enough to win you over? The text board is jamming right now, 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. We'll see if Mike McGarry has been won over by the Sixers. I think most people just kind of said, they're not winning. They've won 2 in a row. But how they've won these last 2, is there something there that has changed this series? Let's dive into the conversation. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, joins us now. As last night we saw really maybe the best effort from the Sixers all season long. They beat the Boston Celtics. Mike, they're going to go to Game 7. Have they won you over?
I don't know if they've won me over, Mike, but they have piqued my interest, and I am curious to see what happens Saturday night and how it unfolds. In particular, I think it's kind of a start of a legacy building game for Tyrese Maxey, right? I think he's been outstanding in this series, and if he were able to, go into Boston and win Game 7 in Boston, lead the Sixers back from a 3-1 deficit in the series, I think then, you begin to think of Tyrese Maxey differently. So have they won me over? No, I still think the Celtics are going to find a way at home on Saturday night. But my interest is piqued, however, and I think this is a very interesting game and a must, obviously, any Game 7, but a must-watch game on Saturday night.
What is different about the last 2 games that makes us kind of intrigued by this one? Because, okay, they won a game here. You're like, okay, whatever. 3-1 Celtics, a lot of beatings, 32-point losses. What has happened the last 2 nights that makes many people, I would say, at least intrigued?
Yeah, I think it's 2 things, Mike. First of all, we've been waiting all season, really for 2 seasons, to see how Embiid, Paul George, and Tyrese Maxey would fit together, right? And it appears, at least to me, in the last 2 games, that they have fit together about as well as anybody could have envisioned when Paul George was brought here. They seem to complement each other. They seem to have a chemistry together. So what we've been waiting to see has finally started to happen, and I think Paul George also plays into the second factor. It is the perimeter defense. I think Paul George has been spectacular defensively. I think Oubre has also played well defensively. I think Quentin Grimes has played well defensively. The job they've done against the Jays, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, has been outstanding the past 2 games. We'll see if they can keep it up back in Boston for a Game 7.
Mike, it would appear that the Boston Celtics are kind of a one-trick pony here. If they're not shooting very well, they generally do not have a great shot, and they certainly don't have an answer for Joel Embiid.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how they approach Game 7. I think at times, Mike, they went up 3-1 in this series, and I think they kind of went to sleep. And even the game they lost early on, I believe it was Game 2, they kind of looked like they were taking the 76ers for granted, right? So I agree with you. They have a tendency just to sit on the perimeter and kind of bomb threes. It'll be interesting to see if they change their approach for Game 7. Do they make more of an effort to play more inside out? Do they concentrate more on getting to the rim and then bring the three-pointer in later? Or do they play the way they played recently, and that is just decide to go bombs away from three-point range, and if they shoot well, they win. If they shoot poorly, they lose. So it'll be interesting to see the approach they take. And Mike, the other question is, I mean, what is Jason Tatum's Mike, for Game 7.
Yeah, I know Shams Charania did report that he should be good to go. We'll see. He certainly looked a lot different in the second half than he did in the first half, but you can make a strong argument that the whole Boston team looked like they gave up by halftime, right? I mean, they got pulled out of the game with 10 minutes left. Their coach said, "We will live to fight another day."
Yeah, I mean, you can do that when you've got Game 7 back home in your back pocket, and I expect the Celtics at home to play better. From this perspective, I think your role players, your bench guys, kind of shoot the ball better, play with more confidence at home as opposed to on the road. Although I think we can all agree in today's modern NBA arena, Game 7 is not what it used to be. In the 80s and 90s, teams went on the road in Game 7 and they never won. My contention is these arenas are all kind of cookie cutter now. They're all so loud with artificial noise. You're in these arenas, and this is me yelling at the clouds as an old man, but it is just so damn loud in these arenas that it almost negates the crowd. And I think the players get used to just playing in loud environments. So we'll see what happens in Game 7. But obviously, like you said, I haven't been convinced 100%, but I am intrigued. And I think it's a big game for Tyrese Maxey. I think he definitely goes up a couple levels in the eyes of people around the NBA and around the country. If he goes into Boston and beats the Celtics in Game 7, how many Sixers can make that claim?
That would be a pretty epic win there. They haven't won against Boston since 1982. Here's one for you, Mike. Do I feel confident that I can win Game 7 in Boston because I've already won 2 games in Boston? Or do I say there's no way in hell I can win 3 games in the same series in Boston?
Yeah, I think you can win 3 games in Boston. Again, Mike, I go back to, the point I just made a second ago about these arenas these arenas do not have the character. The TD Garden that the Boston Celtics currently play in, that is not the Boston Garden that Magic Johnson had to go into and win games and that Larry Bird played in. The arena in LA, Crypto Arena or whatever it's called now, that is not the forum that the Celtics had to go on the road and win in LA, and kind of arenas where the fans were all over the court. Again, I just come back to the fact that these games these arenas are so pumped full of artificial noise that I think the players just get used to playing in loud environments, and I think at times the noise, the artificial noise, kind of overwhelms the actual noise of the fans. So I don't think the location of the game matters in today's world, 2026, as much as it mattered 15 to 20 years ago. So, yes, I do think that the 76ers can go on the road and win. The only thing I'll say, and I said it before, is I think your role players, your guys coming off the Celtics bench, I think they will play with more confidence at home than they did in Game 6 on the road, just for familiarity factors.
All right, Mike, obviously the Sixers will play on Saturday night, 7:30, Game 7, big one for them. We'll see what happens there. The Phillies, under the radar yesterday, they swept a series. Has Donnie Baseball fixed the Phillies' problems?
Yeah, well, we'll see. I kind of have a story on PressOfAC.com yesterday, the 2 walk-off wins, and talking to Alec Boehm after the game, and I said this to Boehm, and I kind of felt it myself. I said, this was really the first game that I've seen that where the Phillies looked like the Phillies that won 96 games of last season. They had the fight, the hitting, the pitching that they had last year. And Boehm agreed. He said, yeah, that is more like us. This is us. This is who we are. Now, the question is, and it's probably both things are true, did the firing of Rob Thompson and the hiring of Don Mattingly, kind of shake the Phillies out of their malaise? Or was it just inevitable, no matter if it was Rob Thompson, Don Mattingly, me, you, producer Josh, were the Phillies just so good and playing so poorly that they would inevitably start to play better? I think it's a mixture of both things, but I think yesterday, if the Phillies go on and have a successful season, I think yesterday is a day that they'll look back on and say, hey, maybe that was a day where, the tide kind of turned in a positive direction for us.
Well, two come from behind wins, and they come in weird ways. You had a Stott triple, an infield single by Crawford to win the first one, and then you get a walk-off sac fly to win the second one. You had Kyle Schwarber homers in the first inning of both games. You get a much-needed sweep, 12-19, the Phillies. They go down to Miami. They'll take on the Marlins, and Zach Wheeler will go tonight. So all of a sudden you feel like, hey, Wheeler's going. I've won 3 in a row. Maybe this team is starting to find its way here. Mike, I want to get your thoughts. You got a Game 7 Sixers and a Game 1 second-round series Flyers. Same time. What's the modus operandi for a sports fan?
Well, first of all, these days people have even, I have just, one TV in the room where you watch games, but you do have the laptop, the iPad, your phone available. I don't know how people watch games on their phones. I'm way too old for that, but you can have multiple screens, right? But, Mike, I'm going to
Only one gets audio, though. Only one. You get multiple screens, but only one gets the audio, and really one gets your attention. The other one's just kind of on.
Right. Game 7 gets the audio and gets your attention. They get the center spot on the big screen. But, Mike, I'm going to go old school because I believe that both of these games are actually on regular television,
yes.
Right? So I can sit there with the remote in my hand. I don't have to deal with any buffering. I don't have to go to any apps. I don't have to see that circle spinning on my screen. I don't have to see the picture go fuzzy and then clear up. And then 30 minutes later, if my wife gets on her phone, the picture goes a little cloudy again before it rebuffers. Mike, I can sit there and do what I do best on a Saturday night, and that is have the remote in my hand and click back and forth between two games and not miss a key moment of either game. So I am ready for tomorrow. I've been trained my whole life for it.
I love it. By the way, the Phillies an afternoon game. So the Phillies said, we'll get out of your way. You can watch us at 4. Flip over to the Derby. Derby leads you to the Sixers. Sixers will take you to the Flyers. I don't know that you can get a better Saturday afternoon than that. We'll recap it all with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Mike, what are you working on today and this weekend?
Actually headed down to Ocean City for a little high school baseball. Interesting thing in Ocean City today, Phillies public address announcer Dan Baker is going to be down at the Ocean City field kind of doing a PA for the Ocean City Abs-A-Gami team. Frank Koppenberger is an Ocean City assistant coach. He was a long-time sort of traveling secretary, ran the clubhouse for the Phillies. He's retired from them. He's down in Ocean City, volunteers as an assistant coach. Dan's coming down as a favorite of him, so going to be a thrill for the kids on Abs-A-Gami and Ocean City to hear their names announced by the guy that's, I believe, one of the longest running, if not the longest running, PA announcers in all of baseball.
Well, that's a really cool story there. Mike McGarry will have more on that at the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. And, of course, Monday we're back to look back at everything that happened. Game 7, the Sixers, Phillies weekend, Flyers Game 1, all that and more right here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Mike. We'll see you down the road. Everybody have a great weekend.
All right, there he is. I like it. Do what I do best. Sit on my ass and flip a remote control. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Basic cable, no Amazon Prime, no Apple TV, no Peacock, no Netflix. Here we go. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We'll update the poll question on the other side. A lot of people voting in on this one. We've already got Cumberland County, Salem County, and parts of Cape May County on this one. A lot of votes coming in on our poll question today, Josh. It is, who gets more of your attention? Sixers or Flyers? Who gets the audio on the game? Right now it's about 51-48. Somebody's winning very close. You can vote right now at Mike Gill Show, at 973 ESPN. Did you get your vote in on that, Josh?
Of course.
All right. We got a special Nuggets today, too.
A special nugget.
Special Nuggets.
Not just because we have all these things going on.
You don't even know about the special nuggets.
I don't know squidoosh.
No, but Durso, 5:30. Keith Smith, 5 o'clock. Special nuggets. Football at 4. Adam Aaronson. But when we come back, the poll question and the Phillies fastball at 3 o'clock today on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. 2:51, 9 minutes from now, Phillies fastball, Jeff and Oscar on a Friday. We'll see the Phillies lineup should be out shortly down in Miami against the Marlins. Wheeler pitching tonight, I do know that. Perez for the Marlins. Phillies have won 3 straight. They are 9-6 against teams under 500, 3-13 against teams that are 500 or better. Wheeler, second star of the season, 12-4 in his career against the Marlins. We'll have more on that coming up. Phillies fastball, 8 minutes from now. Sports Bash.
How do you feel about what they did with Andrew Painter?
I don't really know what they've done with him yet. They haven't announced when he's pitching.
Well, because he was supposed to pitch yesterday.
Yeah.
And now it looks like he's going to pitch potentially Sunday.
Right. I mean, did they feel like he just needed some time off? I listen, if I'm a pitcher, I know I don't like the time off. I don't want that time off. But I get it. I guess for him, they're trying to take it slow.
I mean, he didn't look too upset about it yesterday on the bench. I saw, you might not see it, but the one camera angle, they showed him on the bench just having a good old time.
Well, you sit on the bench spitting sunflower seeds. There's nothing better than that. What gets more of your attention? What gets the audio? 7:30, Sixers Celtics Game 7. 8 o'clock, Flyers Hurricanes Game 1. Josh, you're going to be live at Gusto on Saturday. I love that spot. You're lucky. Maybe I'll go to that.
Yeah, I'll be at Gusto for a hang
TV
with
setup
Hank.
in there is not bad.
It's solid. But
Solid?
I mean, I'll be
I
there
don't know what they
before
do audio-wise, though.
I'll
My
be
man at
there
Gusto.
I'll be there before the games even start.
Yeah, you're going
so.
for early. But you got Phillies at 4.
Yep.
And I love a daytime brewery day. What gets the audio for you? What's the right now? It's 51-48.
I feel like if you're being honest, Game 7s always get the audio, unless you hate the Sixers.
Yeah, like Chad in the Villas just texted in. He says Flyers all day audio.
Right.
Chad in the Villas.
Chad's one of those guys who, I'm not trying to speak for Chad, but Chad sounds like a guy who, like, he loves the Flyers, doesn't care about the other team.
Glenn in Northfield. I was a full naysayer of the Sixers during the season. The drama, the injuries, exhausting. I am in. Game 7 is a must-watch. Phillies Eagle pregame of an amazing night. Sixers, number 1 for the night. Flyers, 1B for the night. The Kentucky Derby mixes itself in along the way. Tomorrow is one of those special nights for Philly sports fans. Glenn, you nailed it. By the way, 51-48. Who has more votes right now?
Sixers?
Flyers.
Oh, wow.
Right now. Early precinct, Salem County, Cumberland County.
We know that Salem County are big Flyer fans.
Sixers, 48%. Flyers, 51% right now. Who's getting the audio? Who's getting more of your attention? We have that and more. Phillies fastball on the way. Well, the Phillies going to get your attention. Well, tonight they have the TV to themselves against the Marlins. 3 o'clock, time for today's Phillies Fastball, brought to you by Ventnor Social, the place to go to watch every Phillies game. Tomorrow, they got everything. Phillies, Kentucky Derby, Sixers, Flyers, they got it all. We were there yesterday, had a great time, awesome spot. Got to watch 2 Phillies wins yesterday and a Sixers win as well. Time for our Phillies Fastball. Oscar Budajin and Jeff Kerr set to join me as always. My guys are here. We'll get into today's Fastball on a Friday as the Phillies go down to Miami to take on the Marlins. Let's check in and see what's going on as we take a look at the Phillies and the Marlins series. We look back at a fun series, a sweep against the Giants. Let's get into it right now with Jeff and Oscar here on this Friday edition of Phillies Fastball. Boys, welcome. Happy Friday. What's going on?
Well, it's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. I mean, you sweep the Giants. I mean, Mattingly comes in. We win the first 3 games. I mean, anything is possible, guys. But to me, this weekend is going to be critical. A huge series versus the Marlins.
It's almost like Don Mattingly threw 6-7 innings the last couple nights and hit the bat and was fully responsible for those comebacks, not the players.
Well, Jeff, you were there yesterday. Got a chance to kind of see both the first win. It's a morbid game. We were on yesterday. They're down. They got the 1 run. Stott hits a triple, clears the bases. They tie it up, and then you get a little infield single to win the game. That propels them to win the second game in comeback fashion. Maybe it doesn't – nothing's changed or anything. They're getting some big hits and some big moments, but what's the feeling around that team all of a sudden?
I think this team just wants to prove their previous manager right, that they can turn this thing around. And, look, they said they've been more attentive to detail over the last couple days or so because that's what the manager's doing. He's like, hey, we do practice this. We practice the PFPs. We practice the bunts. We're practicing small ball stuff. Let's see if we can generate some stuff. Let's swing at the first pitch a little more often. Let's be aggressive when we have to be. I mean, look, Alec Bohm was aggressive in a couple of his at-bats yesterday. He didn't hit the ball, but he was aggressive. Bryson Stott, that at-bat looked like it was going to be terrible before he got a pitch right down the middle and hit for a triple, but that's what you got to take advantage of. And Don Mattingly told Bryson Stott, look, we want you to stay the course. We want you to keep doing what we're telling you to do. The results are going to eventually pay off. And they kind of did, at least for one at bat yesterday. And I mean, how about the day Kyle Schwarber had, guys? He raised his OPS 125 points.
Oscar, I heard McCarthy, I think he said it during the first game. He has 50-some first-inning home runs like him and Jimmy Rollins. I mean, him getting that first-inning home run, then he does it again in the nightcap last night. You talked about it on a previous edition of Phillies Fastball, about how important Kyle Schwarber is to the success of this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Schwarber, I mean, Schwarber is kind of the thermometer of this team. I mean, when Schwarber is at full sync, I mean, you could see, I mean, this team kind of is inspired. Yesterday was interesting, guys. First of all, the historic nature of winning 2 walk-offs. Now, Sugar won both games. I mean, which I find it incredible. I mean, he won both games.
First time that's been done in 24 years for a Philly. It's happened before, but yeah, you're right. It's been a while.
Yeah, you know what, Sugar? I mean, I've always been impressed. I mean, with Sugar. I mean, we should talk about him at some point because he definitely has done. I mean, a tremendous job coming out of the bullpen. But I mean, as you said, Mike, I mean, Schwarber is a key part of this team. I want them hitting better, pitching better, playing better defense, running the bases better. I mean, the better baseball concept is an important concept. The big question to me is, can they continue to do it and continue to do it against the Marlins team that just beat the Dodgers? I mean, they just won the series versus the Dodgers. So it's not going to be that easy. Marlins is a good team.
And we know they have struggled against the Marlins in the past. Even when the Marlins are not that good, they seem to always be a gnat for the Phillies.
Sneaky.
One thing, that stands out. First, let's get what's going on with the way they're using Painter here. What do you think, Jeff, about what their messaging is? They're going to go with Wheeler. They had a bunch of TBDs. I don't know if they've updated that yet for, Nola, Painter, Lazaro. They've pushed Painter back to Sunday now, so they changed their rotation big time.
Nola,
here.
right? Nola would be the third one. And then,
Nola is pitching tomorrow now. Wheeler tonight, Nola tomorrow.
Tonight.
They moved Painter all the way to Sunday. Now, Painter was supposed to pitch yesterday.
Yeah, so it was funny. I didn't think Andy Painter was going to pitch game 2 of the doubleheader. When I walked in the clubhouse, and he's just kind of sitting there and, just kind of, he's playing a video game of some sorts. It's like, well, he ain't pitching today. There's no way. And, Don Mattingly explained it best. He explained it after the game, but they were going to have to do a bullpen game at some point during that Marlins series. And I think the original plan was Monday. But then Don said, hey, look, we got a well-rested bullpen from Tuesday night because of what Lazaro was able to do. Then they were off Wednesday. So it was pretty much all hands on deck for Thursday. So he said, you know what, second game's going to be a bullpen game. He said, like, we need Tim Mazes to go 2 innings. And Tim Mazes didn't even know he was starting the second game when I was talking to him before the game. So that kind of came, but I think it was like, he knew he was going to pitch, but I don't think he knew when he was going to pitch. So he gave them 2 innings. Look, I thought the guys in the bullpen for what they bowed. Like, even Trevor Richards, he gave him a couple runs, but you needed innings out of him, and you got it. Chase Shugart, last man. They had nobody. The fact that he was able to knock him up. Oh, by the way, shout out to Alec Bohm for that catch in the 10th yesterday.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that 10th thing looked like it was going to be a disaster. And I said, oh my God, after Alec Bohm caught that, I'm like, wow, Chase Shugart. It's almost like he had more life in his fastball. He had more life in his breaking pitches after that because he knew he just needed to get one out. All of a sudden, that game changed for them. But back to your original point, though, Mike. Painter Sunday, I think it's more of a way to stretch him out, just kind of say, hey, look, he's not on an innings limit, but this is an opportunity for us to give him an extended rest, and we're going to do it.
You talked about the bullpen, but how about the way the bullpen helped them win game 1? You finally get a good game from Sanchez. He was a little rocky early. I'd say a good game. He got into the 7th. Kirkering, Tanner Banks, he has struggled this year, but he came up with an inning and a third until Sugar came in.
Did you guys think it was interesting he took Sanchez out, no men on, 6 2/3, 85, 88 pitches or something?
I was very surprised. I was very surprised.
Yeah. I was surprised at that, and then I was surprised Kirkering came in the next inning, got into some trouble. Banks got out then Banks got into trouble. I just thought it was interesting how Don played that. I guess we're just used to Rob. Everybody's like, well, it worked. I said, yeah, but it works for Rob too, and you couldn't stand it.
Well, you're right. The way that he managed that they went with that bullpen yesterday, he has Kirkering do something that he struggled with last year, where he has to come in the middle of an inning with, some mess on the bases and then, up and down, a lot of stuff. So but that's why I'm giving that bullpen some credit to help them finish out that game or keep that game at 2-1 and gave them a chance to come back and win that game.
I don't even think Orion and Tanner pitched bad yesterday. It's just I think for them it was weird to come. Like, Tanner's used to come back in, but Orion isn't. Like, I thought it was like, okay, get the out, but why would you waste Orion Kirkering for 1 out? And then it turned out he answered it.
I guess, guys, because they knew they had another game later on in the day, that he might only have these guys for 1 game, so I might have to get a little bit more out of them. And you had a bullpen game the next game.
Yeah, the other thing you need to say.
Ryan a lot too.
And I was talking to Jeff earlier about this. I mean, if the Giants would have gotten a better closer, we probably could have lost both games. I mean, believe it or not.
Man.
I mean, allowing runs. I mean, on the bottom of the 9th inning. I mean, it's like they go.
Well, having Walker pitch the 9th was a choice when you had a better pitcher available. Like it's so weird. I was talking to a couple Giants writers after the game yesterday. He said this first month's been an adventure. I'm like, it kind of feels like the Phillies with Gabe Caplan.
Well, you talk about the role of the manager. They have a very inexperienced manager at the big league level. I mean, they hired a college coach, and it hasn't exactly gone swimmingly for them to start things off. But
Buster Olney's fired a lot of guys in the analytics department too. It's weird. Like, this is on Buster Posey. Like, this is his vision. I mean, they're taking on the Devers contract, and I forgot he even played yesterday, to be honest.
Yep, and of course our old buddy Harrison Bader, who is banged up again. He's was a signing that they made as well in the offseason that hasn't worked out for them. But listen, we talked a lot about this team turning things around, and they got it yesterday in both games. Oscar, as you said, they really could have lost both those games, but they needed them in the worst way, and they got them both. And it really springboards into this series where you said before, the pitching matchups in the last series, they should have swept the Giants. They did. Wheeler, Nola, Painter, Luzardo for a 4-game set down in Miami. And you probably think you have the pitching matchups in almost all 4 of these as well.
Yeah, even though the Marlins are what, 18th in ERA, while the Phillies are 14th in ERA, while the Phillies are 28th still. I mean, so look, it's going to be a huge series for the Phils to go down to Miami. We know how hard Miami has been to us in the past. I remember one day, and I don't want to kind of jinx it, but Wheeler, remember being down in Miami and Wheeler allowing 7 runs in the first inning, 3 or 4 years ago. It's scary. It's a scary place.
They probably cost them the Cy Young, honestly, Oscar. That start you're talking about.
Probably cost them the Cy Young. Now, the other thing we need to think about in Miami, the Formula One is in Miami this weekend, and it's very, very close to the stadium. So believe me, it's a wild weekend down in Miami.
Yeah. How are they gonna pull that? How are they gonna pull that off? By the way, I know they're at Hard Rock, but you're right. It's not far.
It's maybe 15 minutes. I have a home down in Miami, so believe me, it's 15 minutes away.
It'll take about 2 hours just to get 15 minutes.
It's going to be a wild weekend. It's going to be a wild weekend down there.
They generally don't draw too well, so I don't know that they're going to have to worry about a influx of fans coming to what do they call their ballpark in Miami now?
Lone Depot Park?
Lone Depot Park,
Lone Depot.
A lot of people wondering, guys, if the Phillies kind of turned their season around in terms of the panic that we felt like was there. When the Phillies lose, they lost 10 out of 11. You could point at this hole, that problem. They don't do this. They don't have that. They might have to fire the manager. They did fire the manager. Is it back to even keel now? Do we feel that this team has kind of refound their footing?
I think the message was sent, but I think the message was what Rob Thompson's message was. You're good enough to fix this. And look, just keep doing what you're doing. And I think Don Mattingly has this absolutely right. What he said to me yesterday when I asked him, you guys haven't won a series in almost a month. Do you sense the momentum changing? And he said, look, we got to go out there and win every game. I'm playing to win every game. We got to go out there and do that. We got to take it one pitch at a time, one at-bat at a time, one game at a time, and we'll go from there. And I think that's how he was treating that doubleheader yesterday. Look, we're going to try. I thought he really gave me a good answer. It was one of those softball questions that you don't think you're going to get much, and you end up getting a lot because I think he wanted to get a point across to his team. Hey, look, this is how we're going to do things, and this is how I'm going to do things. And I'll tell you guys this. Look, this is a little different for Rob Thompson. You're seeing a couple subtle changes.
And what are they?
Team. Okay, so this is from just the journalist perspective here. Oscar knows this. You know how Rob Thompson always came in where we exit the media entrance?
Mm-hmm.
Don Mattingly came in from that door in the back. It's just minor things, right? Or they're practicing bunting 3 or 4 minutes extra, or they're doing an extra 2 or 3 minutes.
And you saw the bunt from Crawford yesterday.
Yes. Oh, by the way,
that was very important.
I asked Justin, I said, whose call was that? He said, that's my call. So, yeah, because that's what Don said. Don said that was his call, too. And look, it's Justin Crawford even pointed this out yesterday. You put the ball in play, good things happen, right? He hits a ball between the 5-6 hole. I asked him, did you think you beat that? He said, and he admitted, yeah, I did, as soon as Matt Chapman wasn't going to get. So it's stuff like that, right? Matt Chapman probably should get that ball because then you have a play. But he didn't get that ball. So you don't have a play and the game's over.
Well, and that's where, we talk about his speed being such a difference maker for this team. You put the ball on the ground. Oscar, you talk about put the ball in play, make something happen. He does that. And then I guess it was the next game, right? He comes up, or was it earlier in that game or the next game? He hits a ball off the wall, the opposite field. So it's good because he had been struggling for a little bit. It's good to see Crawford kind of coming back around.
That was the next game, yeah.
In the first, right, it was early in that first game. But it's going to be interesting, guys, to see what they do with Crawford here, as we talked a little bit about yesterday. Now, Marsh didn't play in the game against the righty yesterday in the second game. Was he banged up a little bit?
You know what? We asked him about that. He said he's a little banged up, but I think he's going to be okay. I think it was – look.
He came in to hit later on in the game.
He did come in to hit, so I think he's – but look, I think this is one thing that Don Mattingly's going to test, if Brandon Marsh can play every day. I think he's hinting toward that.
He wants them to play every day. I mean, history. I'm a big believer in the past, and
I am too. I'm with you.
The past doesn't tell you he can do it. What I saw yesterday, what I saw in the series against the Giants, I saw better pitching. I saw timely hitting. I mean, significantly better timely hitting. I saw better defense, better pitching. More timely hitting, but we went 2 for 8 on the first game. On the second game, excuse me, we went 2 for 8 with runners in scoring position, and last night we went 4 for 10. So,
but by the way, Oscar, I think this is the key to the whole thing. Tuesday night, Jesus Luzardo pitches probably his best game of the season.
Yeah,
Christopher Sanchez gives up 2 runs in literally like the first 3 minutes where people were even in their seats. Battles back, gives you 6 2/3. That is the key to this whole thing.
Well, it set the tone, guys. The first game set the tone for the whole series, and then you hit the home run in the first inning, and you end up being down. But the triple by Stott really changed the complexion of everything. It kind of was like, whoa, a little fight left in this team. And I see people texting in last night, a perfect example of what Don Mattingly brings to this team, a sense of urgency, trying to win. Rob Zombie would have sat. I don't think that's really fair, though, because this team had been known for fighting back and coming from behind in games in the last 3 to 4 years.
Yeah. People love to blame Rob Thompson for things. It's just funny how that works. Yes, they have to have a sense of urgency. They're 12-19. They were 9-19 just 3 days ago. There is a sense of urgency. They've admitted that. They were pressing. And look, guys, I'm telling you this. Part of it is the schedule. Part of it is the Giants are not good. The Marlins are tough in Miami, but they're beatable. The Athletics are beatable. The players truly felt they could go 7-3 and 8-2 over these next 10 games, no matter who the manager was.
That's what we wanted to keep Topper at least those 10 games to make a decision. But I do believe this weekend is going to be very, very telling.
Well, Phillies
huge.
3 straight wins, 9-6 against teams under 500 this year. They are 3-13 against teams 500 or better. So
that's a key stat, by the way. But also, I'll just say this as a media guy. I love the answers Don Mattingly gives. I love the answers Rob Thompson gives because they're short and sweet, but Don gives you a lot. Don likes to talk. So it is different there. Like, I still remember yesterday, I'm like, wow, Don Mattingly's been talking for like 9 minutes. He talked for 16 minutes the other day. The guy just likes baseball, and he'll give you, if you give him something to talk about, he'll give you something back. Nothing against Rob, because I always liked Rob's short and sweet answers, but it's definitely a change of pace on my end.
Well, I tell you, it's setting up where, much like the Thompson thing, where he was beloved at first because he wasn't Joe Girardi, right? And Girardi never connected with this team. I know it was COVID, so it was a weird situation, but Girardi was a guy, when he got hired, it was a very popular decision because he had won the World Series, and he was a high-profile manager. And people thought, man, they're really taking this serious by going out and getting a guy with a pedigree.
They made a big deal when they hired. Remember, they had it in Pass and Stowe, and they were lauding it like, oh, this is the guy. This is the type of guy we want to bring in here, a championship caliber pedigree. And Rob never got an intro press conference. Neither did Don Mattingly. It was so.
But the Girardi hiring was a very well-received one, and then it did not go well. And when Thompson took over, they won 8 straight right off the bat. So for the people who are looking at Mattingly as Thompson did the same thing. They won 8 straight games right off the bat. Why? I don't know why. I don't know if it because the same players. Why is one guy able to get something different from the same group of players?
I just thought it was interesting, like what players were telling me the other day. They said, like, it's not really that different.
Look, Mattingly has a lot. Mattingly has a lot to prove as a manager. I mean, look, let me put it this way: if he can do anywhere close to what Topper did, I mean, taking us to the postseason 4 years in a row, getting us to a World Series, and winning the National League East the last 2 years with 95 and 96 wins, then we can talk about Mattingly being a better manager. He has a long way to go. This team has issues. Okay, let's not put it under the rug. This team has issues. I want them hitting more consistently. We need to meet 3 players to keep an eye on: Trey Turner, Alec Bohm, Bryson Stott. This team is going to go how those 3 guys do. I mean, particularly their hitting. I mean, we've seen some signs of waking up. I've seen Stott being clutch in the past, making those big hits like he did yesterday. I mean, last year he had a couple walk-offs in the same fashion. So he's done it before. Hopefully this raises his confidence, and we can see a better version of both Bryson Stott and Alec Bohm, so this team can win. I mean, if we can win 3 out of 4 in Miami, it will be huge. If we win 3 out of 4 in Miami, we're going to go a long way. We're going to go a long way in getting this team back on track.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing too with Don. I've like there are a lot of Rob Thompson qualities in Don. Like, you know, he walks by, how you doing? You know, it's just little things like that. Or, you know, before he talks to us, he'll just come by and just say hi. You know, how's everybody doing? You know, Rob Thompson did that. Oscar remembers that. And so, you know, you can tell these guys knew each other for a long time, and they have the same. I really do think, like, he's not a clone of Rob Thompson, but like I just love how everybody thinks like it's different. I'm like, there's little things that are different, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, the players have to go out and execute, and that's going to be key this weekend.
Yeah.
By the way, with the 2 wins yesterday, the Phillies are 12-19, 9.5 games out in National League East play. The Braves did lose, so they are, starting to chip away a little bit there. We're starting to get a little ugly early. And in the wild card, I know it's very, 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 very early, but they are still 6 games back. They need to climb, so they got to climb as much as they can. And we just turned the calendar to May 1st, guys. So May Day, they're going out of Miami. It feels like people are starting to feel a little bit better about this team. That's the big thing here.
Oh,
yeah,
I'll take
the Flyers and the Sixers. I'll take the Flyers and the Sixers ahead of the Phillies at this point. But definitely, it's a significant improvement, Mike. And I do expect things to improve. The good thing is we're not in the basement anymore in the National League East. I mean, the Mets are in deep, deep trouble. I mean, two games behind the Phils.
By the way, Zach Wheeler tonight, Yuri Perez goes for the Marlins. There is no lineup out yet. Perez, a right-hander, so you would imagine you'll see probably Marsh and Stott and probably Crawford in the lineup today. So you get the right-hander tonight.
How about last night in Game 2? Kyle Schwarber playing left field. I know Rob did that once this year, but Schwarber in left field, Felix Reyes at first base, Bryce Harper at DH. I think we might see a little bit of that.
I was going to ask, do you think that Schwarber has asked maybe to, like, said, hey, I will play in the field more if you need me, and Rob was unwilling to do it?
You know what? That's where I kind of wish I couldn't stay for Game 2, for the end of Game 2 last night. But I kind of wish maybe next time I see Kyle Schwarber next week, I'll ask him, like, hey, do you want to play more left field? Is that thing? Because I always thought he was better not playing left field, but I think desperate times call for desperate measures right now. And look, I don't think they feel Felix Reyes is the answer in left field. But I think they want to play him, and I think that's a way to do it. I think, if you want to get – but again, I think Justin Crawford needs to play every day. But they want to play Brandon Marsh.
It gives you more flexibility, guys. There could be a guy that could be injured. There could be a guy that, cannot play in the field. And the fact that you're playing him out there in left field, it gives you flexibility. If not, you're basically stuck – with having Schwarber playing every single game as DH. So I know the injury risk is a factor. And you need to be careful with it. But I like the idea of having Schwarber out there because it gives you much more flexibility from a lineup standpoint.
And you know what, Oscar? Those are the minor changes too. Like, I think it's going to happen, or I'm starting to get the sense of just from talking to people. It's it's going to be the same lineup, but it's going to be different ways in that lineup. Like we saw yesterday, Kyle Schwarber in left, Felix Reyes up for Bryce Harper. Like, as much as I love Kyle Schwarber, my one gripe, and it's not Kyle Schwarber, he clogs you because he's the DH. You could have played JT at DH. You could have played Bryce Harper at DH. By the way, JT's going to be back on Saturday. That's some big news, too.
Yeah,
one quick question before we wrap up Phillies fastball for this Friday. Felix Reyes 0 for 3 yesterday. Do you start to say, what role does this guy have on the roster?
I like him. I mean, I like
on. Yeah, I question him being on the roster, but I like him. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, do you question whether or not he has a role on this roster? And it appears that, you have a 20. Oscar, you're saying you like him. I'm not disagreeing with him. But do you want a 24-year-old kid playing once or twice a week?
No, you can't. I mean, that is a problem, which is why we said you need to have Otto Kemp playing every day in AAA until he can get his bat going. Once he gets his bat going, he's going to be coming back, and probably they're going to send Reyes to do the same thing down there, and you're going to keep those guys hot. But Felix Reyes, I mean, he has a swing, guys. He doesn't get cheated at the plate. I mean, he goes out there to hack that baseball, and I like his approach of the plate a lot more than I like a lot of our right-handed hitters out there.
I know. Right. By the way, I know everybody questions why this guy's on the team. Who do you think is one of the most liked Phillies in that clubhouse?
Stubbs.
Outside of him, there's another one. Everybody goes, why is he here?
Dylan Moore.
I'm telling you, that guy, he's Mr. Popularity. You can tell he has that aura. I don't know what it is about him. Like, everybody says
he has more lives than a cat. I mean, he's been all over the field, and he can.
I'm telling you, the guy always has a smile on his face. I like him. Like, he's hard not to like.
All right, Phillies fastball for the Friday. The Phillies going down to Miami to take on the Marlins. We are back with Phillies fastball on Monday. These guys have Phillies Weekly Sunday night on all of their social media platforms. Check that out. 8 o'clock Sunday night, Phillies Weekly with Jeff and Oscar. The guys will be back here on Phillies fastball on Monday. All right, boys, have a good weekend.
Go Phils.
Phils and the Marlins, everybody. And, of course, you have that right here on the Sports Bash Live. We'll be recapping all the Phillies action on the Monday show. All right, when we come back, Adam Aaronson from PhillyVoice.com joins me to take a look at the Sixers and Celtics. What has changed in this series? Adam Aaronson joins me coming up next.
Here's Oubre faking it 3-4 to shoot, drives it, jams it on Luka, and that will seal the deal. 103.89, 90 seconds to go.
Tom McGinnis on the call, 97.3 ESPN. That will seal the deal. When did everybody start to feel comfortable, if at all, last night? You know, I think past trauma has made us feel uncomfortable. You kept saying, don't let them get this back to 10. Don't let this get back to 10. And they didn't. But unfortunately, that's the way you feel as a Sixers fan sometimes. But that one right there, you had that one. You had the Edgecombe 3. You had the Edgecombe 3-point play. Let's take a look at the game and what it means moving forward for Game 7 tomorrow night on 97.3 ESPN. Take a look at the Sixers and Celtics. Adam Aaronson, PhillyVoice.com. Sixers Adam on Twitter X this hour, brought to you by the law office of Craig A. Altman, proud sponsors of Philadelphia sports coverage in South Jersey. Adam, we have a Game 7, man. How did we get here? How has this changed? What has happened? And I will tell you this, how has it not only changed, but I think it has people actually buying in this time?
I am not sure I can think of a time that I have seen even an NBA team, let alone a Sixers team, fundamentally change everybody's perception of what they are and can be in as short of a time as this Sixers team has. On Sunday, this team looked like it was dead in the water. After Game 4, Joel Embiid comes back. He played okay. Nobody else really had much. They're down 3-1 to a 56-win Celtics team. All right, they had a decent season. It was much better than last year, and now it's probably over. And now I think a lot of people think that they're going to go to Boston and win Game 7. It's remarkable the collective and cohesive basketball that they have played over these last two games. The extent to which I feel that everybody has had a role in this, from Embiid and Paul George and Tyrese Maxey all the way down to Justin Edwards, who I thought played 10 really important minutes in that game last night to help keep the game moving. Everybody's had a hand in this, but last night it was about those three guys at the top. It was about Embiid, Maxey, and George, and that's what I think everybody has been trying to envision here for so long now and had so few glimpses of what it could look like at the highest level. And we certainly saw it on Thursday night. I thought, even with Embiid shooting 6 of 18 from the floor, I thought all three of those guys were outstanding. And ultimately, high-end talent oftentimes wins the day in the playoffs. And so far as the top of these rosters go, it's been advantage Sixers.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at Joel, all right? Obviously, he missed some time. He comes back. His first game kind of uneven. He played much better. The numbers last night, almost a triple-double. But what Joel's role and how it has kind of changed this series?
I think that over these last two games, Joel has completely dictated the pace, the tempo, even like the mood, the tenor of these games. I think everything is him playing with force and Boston reacting to him. And it felt like for 3-4 games, we were talking about what do the Sixers have to do to, mollify all of these things that the Celtics are so good at. And now the conversation has completely flipped to how are the Celtics going to stop all three of these guys at the same time? Because I think Maxey, Embiid, and George all have matchup advantages right now. Derek White's one of the best guard defenders in the league, but he's never been able to handle Maxey's quickness, and Maxey has basically solved every coverage Boston has thrown at him in this series. George has, you could argue, been the best all-around player in this series so far, and Embiid has just torched every center that Boston has tried against him. Keita has been in foul trouble in every game in this series. Vucevic has been extremely vulnerable defensively, inside and outside. Same for Luka Garza. I think Embiid being back, it slotted everyone on the Sixers into a role that they're better suited to fill. And instead of asking Tyrese Maxey to be, maybe a slightly underqualified number one against a defense that's good, he gets to be a way overqualified number two. The same thing for Paul George. He goes from being a number 2 to a number 3. Even guys like Edgecombe and Kelly Oubre, all of a sudden, you don't need one of those guys to have an offensive eruption, but there are going to be pockets of the game where they can give you something. I think it just sort of reset the Sixers hierarchy in a way that has made it much more easy to imagine them actually competing.
So obviously, you mentioned Joel and the way that he has kind of changed things, and I think well put on a lot of these things. Are we supposed to now think that the Sixers are the better team here?
That to me seems like maybe a bridge too far, but again, I talked to you before the series started, and I thought that even if the Sixers got healthy and had Embiid, that I didn't think they would be competitive in the series, and clearly I was wrong. I mean, this is any 7-game series is a real 7-game series, but this is a real 7-game series with like total haymakers being thrown in both ways, both teams with emphatic wins and close wins. I could see anything happening in a game 7. I mean, that's especially you look at a team like Boston that is outstanding, but derives so much of its offensive value from 3-point shooting. And they've now had 3 losses in the series where they just went cold from 3. But that's all. That's really all they know, for better or worse. And I think sometimes teams like Boston get too much flack for continuing to buy into their identity and not overreacting to variance. But they've now opened themselves up to one more game of bad 3-point shooting variance could end their season, a month, 2 months earlier than anybody would have expected.
You're there. You're watching Boston. Do you watch a team that's a one-trick pony? Shoot it well, we win. Don't shoot it well, we lose. Or do they have something else up their sleeve?
I think they might. I think, and I've seen a lot of people try to guard Joel Embiid a lot of different ways, because when a player is that good, everybody has to get really creative. And one of the more creative teams defending him in the past has been Boston. And oftentimes they had sort of the safety blanket of Al Horford, who has, I would say probably guarded Embiid better than anybody in his entire career. But when they didn't have that, they would oftentimes go to smaller guys on Embiid, like Drew Holiday used to guard him for entire games. Marcus Smart has guarded him. Jaylen Brown, who I think would be the guy to do it here, has guarded him. And sort of the thought process is, if this guy is too good against one-on-one coverage, that we're going to have to double team him every time he gets the ball. Why do we need a center in the game anyways? Let's double team him with a wing and another wing, or a wing and a guard. And then all of a sudden we're way more athletic. We're way more versatile. We can switch everything. And then who does Embiid guard on the other end? Embiid has been outstanding at the rim defensively. His rim protection since he's gotten back has been incredible. And he was really getting better on that front as the season went on, before the appendicitis and the knee and the oblique and all the stuff that held him out. But his movement is still quite limited. I don't think the Sixers have any faith in him defending on the perimeter on any sort of switches. So if you're Boston, why not play a lineup of Pritchard and White and Hauser and Brown and Tatum and say, hey, Embiid, pick a guy to guard? Because I don't know if he could keep up with any of those matchups. I think the Sixers would have to go to some sort of weird zone defense, and that's worked for Nick Nurse before. Maybe it will again. That's the adjustment I expected from Joe Mazzulla in Game 6, though. Whipping that out in a Game 7 with the season on the line is awfully risky when any 2-minute stretch of good offense or good defense by either team can swing the game. I think that would be a potential adjustment that I would look at if I were Boston. I don't know if Joe Mazzulla is going to go to it. All I know is that center rotation has been a disaster all series. Vucevic has gotten killed on defense. Garza has not played that much and is a liability there. And Keita has barely been productive when he's in the game and has rarely been in the game because of foul trouble. So that if I were in charge of Boston, and Joe Mazzulla knows a lot more about basketball than me, that's something that I would consider, is maybe putting a smaller guy on Embiid, double teaming him more frequently. You're doing your best to use your athleticism to catch up and rotate when needed if Embiid makes the quick pass, and then hopefully exploit him in space defensively.
Well, and one thing that Joel has done a good job of, you're right. I mean, they can't defend him at all. Then they double, and then Joel is almost seemingly, Adam, having almost as much fun passing the ball now. I mean, at some points, he wants to score, everything slows down. He's almost seemingly having a lot of fun making that pass to the open man.
He's been outstanding as a passer. He had 8 assists last night, and I felt that probably did not quite speak to the extent to which he was creating open shots for everybody. These last 2 games, if they get Embiid a touch inside or even in the middle of the floor, it has basically been a guaranteed good shot, whether that's an Embiid mid-range jumper, Embiid drive, an Embiid kick out, or Embiid kicks it out and then somebody swings and then another guy swings and then there's an open three-point shooter in the corner. It is just such an incredible safety blanket for the Sixers offense that has for so long without him struggled to consistently generate efficient shots. If you give this guy the ball, you are almost certainly either getting a foul call or a decent shot. And sometimes shots don't fall. And, early on in Game 5, for example, the Sixers had great looks, weren't making them, but they stayed the course. And Nick Nurse said after that game, look, we knew we were getting good shots, and we had to keep the process the same because the results would improve, and it did. And they won that game in pretty emphatic fashion down the stretch. I think his passing has leveled up considerably over the last 3 to 4 years. And it also probably helps him in terms of long-term viability, because more passing means maybe a less exhausting workload offensively. Maybe it means you're taking fewer hits, fewer trips to the foul line. I think it's been enormous for the Sixers offense. And I think the ball moving the way that it has recently, with and without Embiid involved, is partly because of the tone that he has set. And when he gets a touch, as soon as they double, he's making the quick, decisive pass. And this offense looks better than it ever has from a process perspective, even though the shot making, Nick Nurse made that distinction last night. Their shot creation has been excellent. The shot making has come and gone, but you can't really control the shot making all that much. If they continue to create the kinds of shots that they are with Embiid at the center of it, they're going to be in a pretty good spot.
All right, we're talking a lot about what's happening individually here, but the role that their defense has played in why this series has turned.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time?
So we've been talking a lot about a lot of the individual accolades in Embiid and Maxey, but the role that their defense has had in having this series kind of turn on its head.
Yes, thank you. I apologize. I think for most of the series, the Sixers' half-court defense has been pretty outstanding. The issue has been that they don't end these possessions by getting the defensive rebounds, and then Boston gets another shot. And when you lose the possession battle to a team that is much more established and proven to be elite, then you're just putting yourself in a really bad situation from the jump. And I said right at the top of this about, the Sixers fundamentally changing everything about what has made them vulnerable all year. I mean, the defensive rebounding has been an issue since night one, and it's been an issue all series long. And then last night, I believe they allowed one offensive rebound in the first half. I think it ended up being at 8 for the game, and you could feel it. Like where the media sits, I was behind where the Celtics were shooting at that basket in the first half, and you could feel the intensity that the Sixers were playing with. Every time a shot went up, everybody to go find a guy and box them out. And the Celtics threes,
they won the rebounding last night for the first.
Yeah, they won the possession battle. That is a huge upset in itself. Like, I think it would have been a reasonable goal going in to say, hey, if the Sixers can lose the possession battle by a small margin, they'll give themselves a chance to win. For them to win the possession battle is almost unbelievable, but it's a testament to the tremendous intensity that they had on the glass. And so to me, the defense itself, from when the possession starts to when a shot goes up, has been really good almost all series, really, aside from game one when nobody on the Sixers was good at anything on either end of the floor. Ever since then, I think the half-court defense specifically has been great. The transition defense has been really good too. They just haven't been able to end these possessions. Now they're giving themselves a chance to actually utilize the fact that they are playing such great defense by very simply just catching the ball and putting an end to the possession. It sounds simple, but God, it has made an incredible difference. And to me, that was, beyond all the great individual performances, and there were a lot of them. I would really say everyone in the starting lineup for the Sixers did something outstanding or had a tremendous all-around game. To me, the real difference was the way they executed on the defensive glass, and they've been talking about these Celtics threes that miss long. Threes generally are more likely to become long rebounds, and they all run towards the rim, and then the Celtics end up in the perfect spot. And they're finally doing a better job of tracking these balls. And if that's something they can carry over into Game 7, it's going to give them a much better chance to go and win.
So the Sixers have won twice there. Now, I said yesterday, I almost don't care what happens last night. I don't know that I can envision the Sixers winning in Boston 3 times. But now that they've won there twice and the way that they have played, should I feel better that they can win there 3 times?
Certainly think they can. Again, they've done it twice, and they have played. Nick Nurse has said it after every game. He's basically recounted the new math with this, and now they've played 4 great games and 2 really bad ones. And of the 4 great games they've played, they've won 3. I would argue that their game 3 loss, I don't think they did well enough on the margins to say they played great, though they did probably play well given the expectations going into that game. I think it would be silly to look at what they're doing right now and how Embiid looks. And again, the way that he is just dictating the whole outlook of these games and say that they don't have a chance to go win. And that's not me saying that they will. I think they're rightfully underdogs. I think last I saw they were maybe 8.5-point underdogs. So it's certainly not going to be easy, but they've won games with bigger point spreads than that in this series. And again, you look at Boston, as great of a team as they are, and they are a great team, the way they play lends itself to a single game outcome being not all that representative of how good they are. And that's happened multiple times, and there's no reason it can't happen again. The Sixers could play a B-plus game, and if the Celtics shoot 12 of 52 on threes, the Sixers are going to win. And so you have to plan as if the Celtics are going to get hot from 3, and you're going to have to keep up with them. But it's a distinct possibility that they don't. I mean, the Celtics have showed me a lot of flaws that I didn't necessarily expect to see from them this early in the playoffs, or at least exploited this early in the playoffs. It's very much a winnable game and a winnable series in a way that I really did not anticipate beforehand.
Well, it should be a fun Game 7 tomorrow night in Boston. You can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN at Sixers Adam. Check out all his coverage of the series over at phillyvoice.com. And, of course, he was kind enough to join us here on this Friday edition of the Sports Bash. Adam, enjoy the Game 7 atmosphere. It should be fantastic. We look forward to the coverage.
I'm looking forward to it, too. Thanks for having me.
All right, man. There is Adam Aaronson from Philly Voice, Sixers beat reporter, and, of course, the great follow on Twitter at Sixers Adam. And, of course, we have the Sixers for you right here on 97.3 ESPN. They will take on the Boston Celtics tomorrow night, 7:30. Listen to all the action right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up, we have the football at 4 coming up with Adam Caplan. We're going to go around the NFC East Draft Edition. That's coming up at 4, plus a special Nugs today. That's all next hour on the Sports Bash. All right, 355 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, it's football at 4. Adam Caplan's here. We're going to go around the NFC East and look at the draft classes and see how that changes this particular division. The Eagles are the favorite. Dallas is number 2. Washington 3. The Giants are 4. After the draft, has that changed? Does Adam Caplan see it any differently? Want to thank our friends Craig A. Altman, proud sponsors of Philadelphia sports coverage for this 2 o'clock hour, this 3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. We're moving along. We're at Football at 4. Let's get it done. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, is coming up next. Adam Caplan will join me for that. Plus the Nuggets next hour. Keith Smith will give us some more insight, who covers the league a little bit more nationally. Also has an eye on the Celtics. He covers the Celtics as well. And Kevin Durso on the Flyers tonight at 5:30 as they get ready to take on the Hurricanes tomorrow night. So we will get into a little bit of that. And then Howie Roseman today, if you were listening to the Rich Eisen show, he was on the Rich Eisen show in the 1 o'clock hour today, and we were just talking about the draft and some of the things there. Here's what Howie Here's what Howie Roseman said about Mekhi Lemon on what they liked so much about him that they traded up to get him.
He's a natural separator. He's got the ability to separate at the top of the routes from the slot, playing outside. He's got really strong hands. The play speed is really good. The run after the catch is really good. We talk a lot about instincts, having natural instincts. Really, in anything that you do, you need to have great instincts to be great at it. And Mekhi has great instincts. And so excited to bring him here. And obviously, he's going to be judged on what he does going forward from here. But feel like we have a good vision for the player and the role, and feel like he's a good fit as a person, which is equally as important to us.
Two things. One, the fact he said as a natural separator, I thought that was a very interesting way to describe him, because many people think that he doesn't have, the blazing speed that, you hear natural separator, you're thinking of a guy who's running away from somebody sometimes. That tells me that he's very meticulous and has good route running skills to be able to separate, even though he doesn't have that top level speed.
Mike, it goes back to what you talked about last week that you and I pointed out that, the Eagles haven't had that Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, that guy who can kind of operate in between the hash marks, right? Well, those guys are not blazers either. Those guys are not guys who have great 40 times. And so if you want the guy who's just going to find a way to get open and catch every ball thrown at him, he's not maybe going to be the fastest in terms of linear speed, but Lemon does find ways to get open in the most weird situations. And guess what? I can't remember many times that he doesn't catch the ball thrown to him.
He only had one drop in 100 targets, over 100 targets.
Over 100 last season.
Last year. He went on to talk about what he likes about Eli Stowers, the second-round pick for the Philadelphia Eagles.
When you talk about the tight end position, their ability to match up, there's obviously a lot of 12, 13 personnel going on in this league. And when you talk about guys who can win one-on-one versus linebackers versus safeties, the guy is a unique athlete, like an unusual athlete. But he's also got unusual skill set. He's got great hands. He's a great route runner. He's incredibly tough.
The part right there at the end, he's incredibly tough, great route runner. They are getting guys who are a little bit more meticulous and clean up the middle of the field. They have to be guys who can run routes in the middle of the field and not be sloppy at it if you're going to get Jalen Hurts to buy in. That is something that stands out to me, is Stowers and Lemon are both guys who want to work the middle of the field. And if you're going to make Hurts want to utilize the middle of the field, he's got to trust that these guys excel in the middle of the field. He might say, you know what, A.J. Brown, he's okay in the middle of the field, but that's not what he does best. These guys, okay, you brought these guys in because that's what they do best. They utilize the middle of the field. And one other thing, takeaway, he talked about adding Jonathan Grenard to the Eagles' defensive line, and I thought this was an interesting way to describe it.
Really, our bread and butter is our O-line and D-line, and have an opportunity to bring in John here to really kind of fill that void that we lost during free agency. The guy's a heck of a player. He can win in multiple ways. He can play with power. He can win with athleticism. He's got an unbelievable motor. He's a captain. He was captain for that Vikings team. So I think for us, it was an important piece for us, for our D-line, but felt like adding him could really just give us like that little like turbo boost, like, your son played that video games and like they hit that turbo button,
Yes.
It's like, all right, we got Grenard, turbo button.
Yeah, that was there was what was the video game? It was like on probably Nintendo, RC Pro-Am or something. You would hit the turbo button, or you would ride over the little arrow and that would make you go faster. RC Pro-Am, I think it was called.
Yeah,
You don't know that one?
That one was not one of the ones I'm familiar with. I'm more familiar with like Turbo USA, Cruising USA. You would have like a turbo boost button that you could hit only like once per race. You had, like,
RC Pro-Am, it wasn't a turbo boost button, but they had arrows, and if you drove over the arrow, that let you go faster.
Okay, so
there's a lot of games where you use the turbo button, but
yeah, there's like Mario Kart, like you get you ride over the little box and it gives you a little boost.
So give me some insight on this Stoutland stuff. I did not hear him on the Kelsey podcast, but I know it's been making rounds.
Okay, so just to get a little quick context, 'cause I don't want to spend too long on this because we're running out of real estate here. So Jeff Stoutland did a one-on-one interview. It was a two-parter. Part one was a interview with the Kelseys, and part two was kind of like a roundtable with Stoutland, Selleck, and Mailata. So the audio that's making the rounds is from the one-on-one interview, which a lot of people were criticizing Jason Kelce did not follow up on this, Mike. So Jason Kelce asked Jeff Stoutland, hey, what happened to the offense last year? What went wrong? The running game used to be great. The push used to be great. The quarterback had a lot of time to throw. Here was Stoutland's answer that kind of stirred the pot this week.
What went wrong last season with the Birds? Well, I think anytime things don't go well, and I don't want to sound like I'm on like in an interview but it's the truth. It's execution, and it's calling the right play at the right time and not running bad plays into bad defenses. Yeah. I mean, it ain't that hard. I'm not going to sit here and make up all these. That's pretty much it.
Pretty much it. Don't run bad plays into bad defenses. I think everybody's going to hear that and obviously think that he's placing blame on bad play calling.
Correct.
But I think if you listen to the context of that a little bit, it's a mix of everything.
And that's what Louis Riddick was saying the other day on NFL Live, where he thinks that Stoutland is not specifically talking about one individual.
I think Jeff was alluding to a lot more there than just about play calling. Okay, so the execution part of it, right? The run game was not the same as it was a year ago, and that's not necessarily on bad coaching. That may just be because they had guys who were hurt, guys who were playing injured, and they just weren't able to spring Saquon the same way they were the year prior when he absolutely ran crazy on the league.
Yeah, the offensive line problems that we talked a lot about during the course of last year. But I know Jeff Stoutland's like, hey, this isn't hard. Stop running bad plays into bad defenses.
I think the problem, again, like I said before, with the Stoutland comment is what he said wasn't wrong.
No.
I just think what the problem is that there was no follow-up question to what he said, so now everybody can kind of just interpret it however they feel like it.
Game 7 tomorrow night. You can listen to it only on 97.3 ESPN. Flyers Game 1 tomorrow night. That's on Rock 104.1. Our coverage tomorrow starts at 7. Coming up next, it's Knicks Nuggets. Earnshaw joins me. Got a little special guest for the Nugs. A little surprise for the Nugs. Coming up next on the Sports Bash. All right, 4:31. It should be an epic sports day in Philly tomorrow. Game 7, Game 1, Phillies Derby. Let's get right into it. Knicks Nuggets, brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Nick, I know tomorrow is one of those days. It's the true one of those days where you're just like, I don't even know how I'm going to do it. Phillies at 4:10, Derby 6:57, Celtics Sixers 7:30. Game 7, and then the Flyers take on the Hurricanes. Game number 1.
Oh, it's going to be an absolute historic sports day, Mr. Mike Gill. My goodness, who would have thought we'd be in a Game 7 with the Philadelphia 76ers? My prediction for the series was the Celtics in 6. I thought the Sixers could get 2 wins in this series. They've gotten 3, and they are on the cusp of going to the second round. What a performance yesterday by the 76ers. I mean, that was all-time stuff right there. And if they beat the Celtics tomorrow, this could be one of the most legendary runs we have seen. Because I think they got a shot to go.
How many times have we talked about the team that you just don't believe in? You hate this team. You're done with them. And they're the one that makes you fall in love with them the most.
Yep. It's the one you never expect, right? This is such a Sixers thing to do. I got some Game 7 stats for you, okay? So nugget number 1 is Game 7 with the 76ers last night. Now, I chose not to go. And there was a reason I chose not to go, Mike. Do we want to hear the reason? Because I'm a jinx. I am a 1,000% jinx when I go to elimination games for the 76ers. The last time I went was the Knicks series. They lost Game 6. The time before that, 2023, was against the Boston Celtics. They lost that one and then lost in Game 7. So I took one for the team last night because I had the ticket app ready to go, and I was thinking about hitting purchase.
What were they cost?
Last night, they were like a little over $100 for the nosebleeds I was looking at.
Wow, over 100 for a Game 6 against the Celtics. Feels like a cheap tick.
Yeah, it was.
I mean,
I chose not. I took one for the team last night. I felt I've been a jinx every time I go see the Sixers in an elimination game. I did not want to go, so I chose not to go. I stayed home. I watched the game on television. Had some chicken wings. All right,
that's by you.
All
flats. Drums. You went drums.
All flats. All flats. There's actually 7 out of the 10 were flats, and I left the drums for my roommate. That's what I did.
Okay.
So, with that being said, the Philadelphia 76ers have faced off against the Boston Celtics in 8 Game 7s. 8 of them. They are 2-6 in those Game 7s. Have not won since the 82-83 season, okay? It's the last time that the 76ers won a Game 7 against the Boston Celtics. So, listen, history, maybe not on their side the best, but guess what? They have the momentum right now.
You know that the Celtics have never lost a series when they've been up 3-1, and the Sixers have never won a series down 3-1.
I saw that one of our listeners commented on Twitter under the Twitter poll. I did see that.
Crazy.
It is crazy. And according to SportsCenter, the Celtics have the most Game 7 wins with 27 in NBA history. The Sixers have the most Game 7 losses in NBA history with 12.
These are not good numbers for that Friday.
No, listen, the odds are totally against the 76ers. Everything is against them. And we talked about it yesterday. If they were to win yesterday and they win a Game 7, it'd be miraculous. And it would be, especially to go into Boston. But guess what? Boston looks like their heart's been taken out of them a little bit. That's what it looks like. The Sixers were dominating yesterday. I mean, the Sixers didn't allow Boston to have any second chance points in the first half yesterday. They had none, 0. That was huge. And we talked about that throughout the week. They needed to stop them from getting those second chance opportunities.
Turned into a different series. All of a sudden, they out-rebounded them last night.
Yep.
Now, last night was the first game all year that the team that won made less threes.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense. But that's what makes sports great, right? Just go for the ride. All I ask is one run with the 76ers and Joel Hans Embiid. That's all we ask for, just one time.
Yo,
and
your
the
boy
winner plays the Knicks.
Podcast P last night.
Oh, you know what? God, he's been such an upgrade over Tobias Harris, hasn't he? Hasn't he? Defensively, hitting the big shot when you needed to. I mean, it's been fantastic.
So, The poll question. How'd you vote? Would you lose me? I think you lost me. How did that happen? All of a sudden, he loses me there. All right, well, we'll have to get him out. Beat it. I don't need you anymore. You didn't go to the game last night. You had a shot to go to the game. All right. We'll learn Shaw. I don't know. He looks like he was there. He was looking at me, and then he's gone. He's out of there. All right, so I'll get him out. The poll question, at Mike Gill Show. You guys can vote. You can text in 609-403-0973. And here we go. The poll question is up. Saturday, what gets the sound? What gets more of your attention? Sixers, Celtics, Game 7, Flyers, Hurricane, Game 1. Which one gets the sound on, more of your attention? Right now, it is neck and neck. But 52% say the Flyers are getting more of their attention than the Sixers. It's a Game 7 versus a Game 1. Well, I lost Nuggets. He's out of there. I got to replace him. We'll bring in the Schweim from the locker room.
Mike Gill!
Wow.
What happened? We lose Knicks Nuggets?
He's gone. He's out of here. I don't know where he went, so I had to get a pinch hitter.
Mike, I got my playoff beard going.
That's a nice-looking beard there.
You like that?
Game 7, Game 1. Are you Sixers 7:30 or Flyered up? Which way does the Schweim remote go?
Well, I got to be honest with you. The remote's going to be working triple time. Will be the late stages of the Phillies game, which is at 4:10. I just saw the Nuggets. What happened to them?
I think he's having some internet problems.
Then the Kentucky Derby.
Yep.
Then the
4:10 Phillies,
Sixers.
Kentucky Derby to the Sixers to the Flyers.
Remote's going to be working overtime, but we'll tune in, obviously, at the beginning of the Sixers game. I am so impressed. Let me just say this, Mike, with the Sixers. In the years past, look, I got my Phillies jersey on there for you guys.
It's a nice jersey. It's a nice, got all the logos all in there.
Every logo. I'm back. We made it.
Nuggets?
What's up, Billy Schweim? I come back. They try and cut me off with the 76ers or the internet gods, and then I come back and Schweim's in here. Unbelievable with the playoff here.
All right, I want to say this. Nicky's been consistent. He's been saying all along, and he's even got a bet with Mr. Negadelphia, PJ Quarta, that the Sixers are going to win this, going to go and get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Mike, this Sixers team, why not? In years past, we always had the process. We almost got there, but the basketball gods are all lined up. The numbers are all against us. Nicky just illustrated that. The Sixers, they are looking good. If Joel Embiid plays low, doesn't take 3-point shots, wins the day down low, and he kicks the ball out the VJ Edgecombe and Maxey and Paul George, I see this team upsetting the Sixers, upsetting the Celtics, and winning the series.
Well, I tell you what, it's crazy because everybody has bailed on this team. They're dogging them. They said, I'm done with them. I'm sick of them. Break them up, trade Embiid, fire this guy. And I said, it's the team that you least expect that they're going to make you fall back in love with them. Now, I don't know what happens tomorrow night. I can't even believe we got to this point. But right now, the last 2 nights, they have looked like the better team. They are defending, and Boston has no answer for Embiid. Nothing. They have no answer. And Boston's a very one-trick pony. We know one of the problems is they shoot well. Philadelphia is not a great three-point shooting team. And that's been the story in all these games. The team that has won has made more threes every single time in the 10 games they've played this year. It's unbelievable, except last night. Boston made more threes and lost the game last night. So that was a first in this series. Philly has won 2 games in Boston already. Can they win 3 games in Boston? I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that one, boys.
I'll tell you what. If they could figure it out in Boston in Game 7, man, oh man, they would play the Knicks in the next series.
Oh, to beat the Celtics
exciting.
and then the Knicks on your way?
Come on.
Let's go.
You got to get excited. And I'll ask this for Schweim, because I know you put the poll question out as well, Mike. which are you going? How are you going to watch both games? I think it's an atrocity that both games were going to be played at the same time. That is so rough.
The remote's going crazy. I just told Mike Gill, I gotta watch. I wish I had a split screen TV. I'd be able to watch both. I know there'll be a lot of people that are probably going to do that. I don't have that capability.
Yeah, but
I have a dumb TV.
Actually, so because the game is on ABC and NBC, if you have YouTube TV, you will be able to do the split multi-view.
Okay.
But only one gets the audio. You can only do audio on one. So if you had both games on the screen at the same time, which one gets the audio?
I think Game 7 has to take precedent over a Game 1. Just no doubt about it. Game 7 has to take precedent over a Game 1.
I'll turn the radio on and listen to Tom McGinnis, but I gotta have the Flyers volume on. I have to.
He's a hockey guy.
Playoff hockey, Nick Nuggets.
He's a hockey guy. He's not going to watch any of Game 7.
There is a half-hour gap in there that you can go Sixers. The Sixers game will end, and that should take you to the third period, and then you flip the volume.
I just can't believe that we're in this situation with the Sixers. It's so cool to have them being relevant when everybody had them written off, like you said, Mike, and I'm one of them. I know a lot of people on my show, Mr. Negadelphia, my brother, a lot of people out there get rid of Embiid, this and that. But guess what? When Embiid plays the way he's been playing the last couple of games, down low and owning the paint and getting away from his shooting threes and dishing it out to either Paul George, Maxey, or VJ Edgecombe, it's a recipe for victory.
Well, I'll tell you what. We got the poll question up. Let's check it out. At Mike Gill Show, what gets more of your attention? What gets the volume on the TV? Right now, 52% going one way, 47% going the other way.
Wow.
Who do you think is winning the poll? Schwein,
I think it's got to be the Sixers. I think Sixers got to be the poll, right?
52.5% say the Flyers are getting more attention, and 47.5% are going Sixers right now. You have till the end of the show to vote. At Mike Gill Show, you can vote over there or text in 609. Now, 403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Croce texts in. He says, I'm torn. I think I'm going to start with the Sixers. You get a good feel for a basketball game in the first half. Game 7 Celtics is too important. And I do want to be dialed in for hockey, though, because Hurricanes is so flipping physical. Yep. I want to see how the boys respond.
Yeah, I think I'm stunned it's that close. I think you're going to see a lot of iPads, a lot of computers with the other game on. And then you got
I got people texting in. I got people texting in their TV setups already. They're getting it lubricated for the game. So here's the next question. Here's the next question. Now, I told the listeners, and I said to Schwein, I said, don't come in right away. We're going to be a surprise for Nicky Nuggets. Now, the last time we did a show was draft day. Me and Earnshaw were at Ocean Casino, and we concocted a plan to go to Raleigh to watch and broadcast live for the Flyers.
I'm in.
The question is, who's in?
I'm in. I'll go on the road trip with you if we do it.
I'm there. I'm not missing it. This
now,
is a series.
Now, Schwein went to college in the Raleigh area, and he believes he can find a sports bar for the Sports Bash to broadcast live.
I've already put feelers out. My boy Earl Clinton. Thing is, he moved to Columbia, South Carolina, and he's from the Green. He didn't really hang out with Raleigh that much. A lot of my Leeds McRae College classmates are from like the Greensboro, Charlotte, that area. But we'll see. We'll work this out. It's going to be great. I mean,
you were a star student down there, Schwein.
Now I got a message from John Kincaid, who messaged me and said, check these spots: the Pit, the Mill, Crawford and Son, and a place called Death and Taxes. Now, yesterday we did a little research on the show. Frank Close found an Eagles-themed bar down there.
Wow.
Good.
That might be the spot.
All right.
My boy Earl.
Well, here, the one problem we have is we don't have the full schedule. We only know game 1 is Saturday night at 8 o'clock. Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah, I don't get what are they doing?
Put out the whole
thing. I just found out last night that they were playing Saturday. Rick Tockett's not happy about that, I don't think.
No, he got it. What they find out at like after 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Or something like that.
All right, listen, fellas, let's turn our attention to the Hurricanes, because I know we're running out of time. This Sebastian Aho and Jordan Stahl and Taylor Hall, you got to watch out for these guys. But the one thing about Carolina, we played them tough all 4 times. We were 3-0-1, Mike, against the Hurricanes this season, and they all ended up in shootouts.
Yep. And the last game, the irony here is they sat their guys to help you get in the playoffs, and now they reap what they sow. They have to beat you in the playoffs. It'll be fun.
No respect.
Where are you guys going to be tomorrow?
Well, the locker room will be broadcasted live from the Cooper River Park for the Down and Derby Wine Festival. We're going to be talking with this Hall of Fame jockey from South Jersey. Mike, he's got 5,200 wins. He actually rode a horse in the 2 or 3 derbies, a couple Preaknesses. Tony Black will be joining with us, and guess what, Nick? He's going to show up in his jockey uniform.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well,
that's unbelievable.
And then as far as the game goes, I don't know where I'll be. I might be with a couple of my friends, Louie and Jeffrey Nash from FastlaneHandicapper.com. We'll see what's going on, but we'll be there tomorrow at the Cooper River Park for the Down and Derby. But what a day in sports for Philadelphia! I can't believe it.
Oh,
now, do you start at 4:10? Like, what's the day? What do you do?
I'm starting right away. 4:10, glued in front of the set.
You don't have gout? You can have a couple pops.
Yeah, I can have a couple pops. Do I look like an old man with this beard, Mike?
Yeah, it looks all right.
You look old.
I don't know how guys like beards. It's all itchy, Nick, and scratches. It's like sandpaper.
It looks good. Let's keep it rolling. That means the Flyers keep winning. Flyers tomorrow night, 8
right.
o'clock. Now, we got people texting in galore. Sixers game should absolutely take precedent on the remote. If it's Tom McGinnis, I'm cranking it all the way up, he says. Now, I don't know about you guys. Have you been going – now, the Flyers home feed on TV is no longer. You can only go with the national feed. And tomorrow night, by the way, it's Mike Monaco, Ray Ferraro on the call for ABC. I'm a big Sean McDonough fan.
Yeah, I love Sean McDonough, Mike. I love him.
Yeah.
He's fantastic. He's unbelievable. No, we'll have a good time tomorrow. And I just got word I will be the exec producer of the Sixers Game 7 tomorrow.
Wow. How about that?
Nuggets.
Just got tapped on the shoulder for a Game 7 executive producer. Tom McGinnis, Nick Earnshaw back at the studios.
By far away the best announcer on the radio. Does
he's
it by
unreal.
himself, too. Describes, radio broadcasters, play-by-play guys have to describe everything, right, Mike? If you're only watching on TV, it's a different animal because you can see it. You got a visual. But you got to describe the intensity, what the uniforms look like. He does a phenomenal job.
Well, it's an epic Philly sports weekend. Earnshaw, I know you got to jump. We kept him too long. I think he's going to be in trouble.
All right, guys. What a great surprise seeing Schweim. Too much Schweim this weekend, but you know what? All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Go Sixers. Go Flyers. Peace.
All right. There's the Nuggets for today on the Sports Bash. Earnshaw's back on Monday, and Nick's Nuggets are brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. It'll be an epic day, dude, and I'm surprised. You got to go Game 7, dude. You got to go Game 7.
Well, Mike, I got to tell you, especially if it's a close game, it's real intense. But by the way, the Flyers overtime was one of the most nerve-wracking, nail-biting, edge-seating of my I was like on the edge of my seat, Mike.
This is the best. My girlfriend's parents live all the way up, like almost by Canada. They're way upstate New York. So I had told her mom, who she's funny, she's kind of a sports fan. She'll watch like my team's A-Shore games and stuff like that. And she'll text me like, that game was great.
Right.
So I texted her before the series. I said, hey, we need your support for the Flyers. And she says, oh, I don't know if we get those games on TV up here. I'll look. I had never heard back from her. Last night after the Flyers game was over, she writes, what an exhausting overtime. Go Flyers at 10:51 at night. And I said to my girlfriend, I said, your mother just texted me. She's exhausted from the overtime. She says, my mother watched the overtime?
Mike, there's nothing like playoff hockey. There's nothing like it.
No,
it's
playoff hockey's great.
It goes up like 4 or 5 notches for the regular season.
Playoff hockey, well, everybody complains about the NBA, the regular season. I said, same with hockey. The hockey regular season is nowhere near what we're watching here.
Right.
I mean, even though I do agree that the intensity of a regular season hockey game is probably better than the intensity of an NBA. But the NBA playoffs have been great, by the way. These games have been unbelievable. And the Sixers, the way they're going, they don't have an answer for Embiid. The Celtics have. So if he's healthy, and that's been the problem, he's never healthy, blah, blah, blah. Well, he's finally healthy, and you're seeing how it could work. But
every time he hits the Mike, every time he hits the deck, you
yes, you do. Well, that's not. He was doing push-ups. He was doing the push-ups. All right, listen to Locker Room tomorrow morning at 10 right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Schweiner. See ya. All right, there you go. Of course, we got so much more happening this hour, or next hour, I should say. We're going to talk more about that matchup. Keith Smith covers the NBA, covers the Celtics, covers the NBA nationally for SpotTrack.com. He's going to break it all down for us. Has he seen a shift in this series? Keith and I have been talking for years about this particular series. And, well, the Sixers are healthy. They're healthy. But has something shifted in this series? Hear what Keith Smith has to say about that coming up next. And then we will talk Flyers with Kevin Durso tonight at 5:30.
Joel into the lane, backing, turning to VJ. Corner three, up and good. The Sixers are going to be heading to Boston. They lead 98-78. 5 minutes to go. And the crowd with a standing ovation, a sellout of over 19,000.
I mean, I'd be very concerned if I'm a Boston Celtics fan or organization. Even with him, I'd be very concerned because the way Philly is playing right now, it's an all-time high level. And Joel Embiid is very empowering his teammates to an extensive way of play. Like, he's playing a great floor game, assisting them, rebounding, doing little things. And obviously, playoff PG came to life tonight, so they look good. But if you have a guy like Jason Tatum, who's been a cornerstone to what you've been doing the last 5 years, and of course the end of the season, he's picked it up because of what Derek White has had struggled with. Peyton Pritchard had some nights here and there, but he's a guy that you kind of run your system, your offense through. If you don't have him, this is going to be a tough one to win.
Danny Green said that he thinks the Celtics are going to have some trouble. What has changed in this series? Keith Smith joins us to talk a little bit about it. Of course, you can check out all his coverage at Keith Smith NBA, Spottrack.com, and he joins us right now as the Sixers and Celtics somehow have made it to a Game 7, Keith. And what ultimately has gotten us here? How have the Sixers not only gotten them back in this, but they're starting to win people over?
Yeah, I think the single biggest thing the Sixers have done is they've really tightened up their perimeter defense over the last couple of games. They are up tight on the Celtics ball handlers on the perimeter. Even when they're playing in the drop coverage with Joel Embiid or Andre Drummond, they're flying around behind that, whether it's Edgecombe or Maxey or Grimes or Paul George or even Justin Edwards when he's in the game, Kelly Oubre Jr. Those guys are making the rotations and making multiple efforts to try to run Boston shooters off the line. The final numbers looked pretty close to where you want to be, but if you looked at the competitive portion of Game 6, the Celtics at one point had only taken 16 threes, and they'd made 5 of them, and that's pretty much where you want to be, but they were just not in a place where they were getting the three-point volume up like they want to, and that's giving Philly an advantage in the last couple of games.
That's one great point, is the fact that the Sixers' defense has changed here all of a sudden. They have made it much more difficult for Boston. We know Boston make, miss. Are they a one-trick pony, though? If they don't make and they don't shoot well, I mean, do they have another card they can play here?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. They've had a couple other games in the series where they didn't shoot necessarily great, and they were still able to get the wins. But, yeah, I mean, a lot of it is it's funny. It's not even necessarily about how well they shoot. It's just about getting the attempts up. And it is generally hard for teams to sell out the way Philadelphia has, to run guys off the line without giving up a lot of points behind that. But that's where having Joel Embiid back has changed everything. The Celtics have no fear driving on Andre Drummond. They're not even really afraid to go out of Dembona. But Embiid is looking pretty good back towards the rim. So there's been times when you see they fly around, they take away those three-point shots, and then the Celtics aren't able to get downhill the way they want to against Embiid, and that's been huge. Now, yeah, you're right. It's a make-miss league. If they can get shots up, I got to imagine that's what they've spent the last day or so figuring out how they're going to counteract Philadelphia's defense. They can get those three-pointers up and they're going down, then it becomes an avalanche like what we saw in Games 1 and Game 4 where Philly just can't keep up, and it'll turn into a blow. But right now, things are working pretty good for the Sixers.
So far, yes, defensively, things have gone well for the Sixers in the last 2 nights, and they ratchet up the defense. Boston last night, first time in the series, all season, by the way, regular season and postseason, the team between Philadelphia and Boston that made more threes lost the game. Boston made 12. Philadelphia only made 11 last night. But Philadelphia seemingly has changed things up on offense and made some things difficult. They're running a lot with Joel Embiid. And, Keith, seemingly Boston does not have an answer for that yet.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're going to find one. Neemias Queta keeps fouling him, and then on top of it, he keeps committing bonehead fouls, 90 feet from the basket, going for no chance offensive rebounds or reaching in and doing all kinds of Philly stuff. So that's a problem. And then when you go to Nick Vucevic, he doesn't have the foot speed to stay in front of Embiid. And then Luka Garza is in kind of the same boat. So, when Embiid is focused and he's not just taking a whole bunch of jump shots from anywhere from 18 feet to back behind the line, he's really tough to stop. And you saw in the first game, he came back, took an awful lot of jump shots. It didn't look very good at times, and Boston won in a blowout. The last game 5, started out with a whole bunch of jump shots. Celtics were up, and then he started playing closer into the basket in the second half, and they ended up taking the lead. And then when you get down into game 6, there wasn't a ton of jumpers out of him. It was all, for the most part, get downhill, work inside out. That's giving the Celtics a lot of trouble.
Keith Smith, SpotTrack.com, covers the NBA, at Keith Smith, NBA on Twitter X. And, I wonder, a lot of people have indicated that maybe they just forget about a center and just kind of go small ball. Is that an option that you think Joe Mazzulla and the Celtics are going to try to do, is just go small and figure it out, double and beat as much as possible, and don't worry about having a big guy out there?
Yeah, when Boston won the title a couple years ago, they played Jason Tatum at the 5 quite a bit, and he's such a good rebounder, and he's a lot stronger than people think, and it generally holds up well. But there's playing a guy at the 5, and then there's playing a guy at the 5 for a decent amount of time against Joel Embiid. I'm not sure the Celtics want to go to that too much, just because of how strong Embiid is. Tatum is still finding his footing. He's still working his way back into things, and I don't think they really want to put him up against Embiid. And then the other trouble you have is if he commits a couple fouls, next thing you know, you're in foul trouble. But I do think if it gets down into it and the Celtics are still struggling again, I do think that is something that they'll try and say, all right, hey, season's on the line. We got to give this a shot, and we're going to go for it and give it a shot with Tatum at the 5, see if we can really spread Philly out and make them work.
He is not on the injury report, Jason Tatum, by the way. The injury report dropped a little while ago. There is one Sixer on the injury report. It is Joel Embiid. He is probable. How much has Embiid changed this series?
Yeah, big time. It's just like you said, it's the fact that Boston doesn't really have a good answer for him on the offensive end when he wants to play inside. It feels like, I know we started talking way back during the process years when we were doing, quizzes about where guys went to colleges because they were running out, 25-man rosters and stuff. And now, you think that long, the amount of times these teams have met in the playoffs, Boston's strategy for a long time was just make Joel Embiid work, but if he goes off in the first 3 quarters, he's not going to have enough left to finish the game, and he'll be exhausted. And that was the way they played it for, the first handful of times they met in playoff series, and it always worked out. And now what you're seeing is, I think, finally, Philly has a bunch of guys around him. Maxey is so good with the ball in his hand. Edgecombe is tough. Paul George has played well. Quentin Grimes has given him really good minutes over the last couple of games. And now all of a sudden where we are is we're in a position where Embiid is not having to do so much in the first 3 quarters, and he's really challenging Boston and making it hard. And then on that defensive end, just his extra ability to protect the rim is just huge and gives them that sense of, all right, hey, we can hug up a little tighter on the perimeter because we know we get the big guy back there to clean things up if it breaks down.
Keith, over the years, yes, you and I have been talking for years, and this is the hammer and the nail. The Celtics have just been better than Philadelphia, and they have beaten them every single time. Joel said last night, I'm tired of losing to those guys. Do they finally, I don't know if they have a better team. Are they more talented? I mean, everybody looked at this series as if this was going to be a Boston, maybe gentleman's sweep. Boston's just better. A healthy Sixers team. Do we look at this series differently now that it's gotten this far?
Yeah, I think so. Philly's right there. I mean, anything could happen in a game 7, and they're on the road, and the Celtics have historically been really hard to beat in Boston in game 7s. I think they said this is Jaylen Brown's 8th or 9th game 7 that he's going to play in his career, and he's got a really good record that he's played. Jason Tatum, Philly fans know he had a monster game against them in a game 7.
What, he scored 51 in that game, Tatum?
51 or 52, something like that. Yeah. But this feels like, to me, in the matchups that these teams have had over the run of Embiid's time, this feels like the best Sixers team to me. They feels like they've got really good balance with this. And they had told us all year long, hey, if we're healthy, like, we're going to be pretty good. See what we look like, when we're finally healthy. Well, it took until the middle of April going into May for it to finally come around, but it looks like exactly what they told us. And it's tough, when you got Embiid rolling and then you got Tyrese Maxey doing his thing. They are going to be really tough to beat, and I think this is going to be an absolute battle of a Game 7.
So we've seen Boston win by 32 twice, over 30. Over 30. You had an outer body experience from Pritchard in the one game. You tweeted out last night that the Sixers are just having fun at the Celtics' expense. That doesn't happen often. Has Philadelphia finally gained confidence? And I asked this question too, Keith, during the show all day, is the Sixers have won twice in Boston already. I don't know that that's a good thing or not. Like, can you envision someone going in there 3 times and winning, especially in a Game 7, or winning in Boston? Has that built the Sixers' confidence level up that, yes, they can beat Boston in there?
Yeah, there's no fear for them going into play in Boston at this point. Like you said, they've already done it twice, including once with the season on the line. And a lot of times when you get a team down either 3-0 or 3-1, and you're looking at it and you're saying, hey, you got to take a flight anyway. Do you want to take another flight, or you just want to get headed off to vacation? And the Sixers said, no, we're good. Let's keep going. And they went in there and handled them with relative ease. And it's funny because I had a couple people who you can always tell when people didn't actually watch the game, because the game wasn't that far off. It was only 13 points, and the Celtics were in it, and it's like, no, they weren't. They were getting their tails whipped pretty good, and then they just happened to make enough plays late that they were able to get some points on the board finally when Philly had really backed off. So yeah, I think they're going in with a ton of confidence, and like I said, having fun at their expense is absolutely what they were doing. They were out there throwing behind the back passes and lob dunks and runouts and doing all their stuff. I mean, they looked terrific, and that's where it is for Boston. They got to get that. They got to get their own swagger back because Philly's coming in with plenty of it.
So what are some tweaks, lineup stuff you think Boston may, we talk about maybe not going center. I imagine they start Cada at the very least. But Derek White, what's happening there? What about Jordan Walsh? Does he get more run? Is there anything you think that Boston may tweak for Game 7?
Yeah, I think we might see more Jordan Walsh. Nobody really shuts down Tyrese Maxey, especially not easily. He's such a good player. But Walsh has made Maxey work for his points. He's been the best defender against Maxey throughout the course of this season. And, we've seen that in this series at times when he's guarded him. It's been a little bit tough for Maxey to find his footing out there. So I think that's the one Celtics fans are clamoring for. Get more Walsh on the floor. You asked about Derek White. Derek White has not shot well all season long. I don't know what is going on with him. I am not sure, why he has not shot well, but it has been really rough shooting-wise for him. And you can see it at times. The Celtics offense just gets bogged down, and he's just not really, able to get the points up there like they need. And then I think, like we already talked about Tatum at the 5, maybe that's the way they go. I think you're going to see Joe Mazzulla maybe do some stuff just to throw things off a little bit. They may start with, somebody smaller on Embiid, see if you can kind of bait Philly into, all right, hey, play this way, but then we're going to send the big guys the second guy at him so the passing lanes aren't as clear. You're going to have to see some tweaks. But the bigger part of it, I think, Joe Mazzulla's approach a lot with the Celtics has been play better. Play better, man. Make your shots. Don't turn the ball over. Philly's turning them over a lot, too, in this series. And the Celtics have been the best team at not turning the ball over. So it's going to be avoid the boneheaded turnovers, make your open jump shots, get the crowd going, because Celtics crowd was not good in Game 5. They want to get them going early. So those are the things I think they're going to try.
Yeah, and, it's funny. Obviously, the Paul George thing has not worked out like many had hoped. He has certainly not come in here and made the impact that the people who even liked the deal. Somebody just said, you know what, he's just an upgrade over Tobias Harris. But how much of an X factor has Paul George been, at least the last 2 games?
Yeah, huge. I think, a lot of people are going to notice the fact that he's made some shots. He's made some really nice passing reads and things, but I think his defense has been fantastic. I think the way he has been able to make Jason Tatum work at times, he's taking his turns on Jaylen Brown, especially against Brown. He seems to really be bothering Brown's dribble quite a bit. He's poked it away from him a couple times. He's really made it tough on Jaylen Brown, and I think that's been huge for Philly. They don't play overly big around Embiid, but what they are is they're quick and they're long. And when you're quick and long, you can make things happen in other ways, especially if guys hold up. So yeah, PG has been enormous in this series. And if you're a Sixers fan, you got to feel like we're finally getting the guy we thought we were going to get.
Keith Smith, NBA, Game 7 NBA playoffs tomorrow night right here on 97.3 ESPN. You know, one of the things that when you take a look at, Keith, the Sixers and their failures over the past, especially like in a game like this, they just have never seemingly won that game at home. They have that game at home, and they seemingly have fallen flat on their face. This is a situation where they've got to go on the road, and it almost seems that the Sixers are now playing kind of with house money almost, where I got to tell you, just being here, nobody cared about this team, this playoff series. Nobody was into it. And they have now almost grabbed people and said, you know what? I've hated you. I've hated this team. We're ready for this team to end. And the Celtics have just constantly beaten them. Is there a sense from the Boston side that this might be the Sixers' time?
Yeah, people are nervous, for sure. There are definitely Celtics fans. I can see it in social media. Some of the ones I know who are fans, they're nervous about this series now because they thought it was over. They thought with the blowout in game 4 when they went up 3-0, they're like, all right, this is dumb. We're going to finish this out at home. When they didn't, all right, well, we'll get it done next time. Now the pressure's all on the Celtics here because you don't want to be the team that blew a 3-1 lead. And that's where I think, that's how the series has swung around. There's also a confidence because it is, and we've been here before with Tatum and Brown and some of these other guys around them. These guys always step up, they make plays, and they win games. But it's definitely not, no one is walking into that game tomorrow with, we got this, it's over and done with, unless they're kind of just pumping themselves up and lying to themselves a little bit.
Oubre's been a big factor defensively as well. I mean, he has certainly blown up a lot of stuff. We talked about coaching over the years and how much it affects and helps and doesn't help and who's at fault. But I think Nick Nurse has certainly found something here, utilizing, as you kind of talked about, the way they're defending. But Kelly Oubre has kind of entered the picture as a key piece here. And the one thing, Keith, that I find interesting about this series so far, there hasn't really been – you had the big Edgecombe game in 2. You haven't really had that monster Maxey game, but Oubre has been almost silent in this, and Paul George had a good game last night. You're waiting for that other guy for the Sixers to finally have their night, right? I mean, it seems like Boston, everybody's had a game for them. Pritchard had a ridiculous game. But that's what interests me. Does Oubre or somebody secondary need to be that guy? Or if the Sixers win, is it an Embiid Maxey night?
Yeah, I still think it's probably Embiid, Maxey, maybe Paul George, maybe Edgecombe gets going again. But yeah, Quentin Grimes has played really well the last couple games, and I think now you saw Nick Nurse there. You know what? I'm not going to mess around with trying other guys in there. I'm just going to ride Grimes a little bit more. I would say it's crazy that, I jokingly said Andre Drummond is shooting 400% on corner three-pointers in this series because it just feels like every time he gets one, it's going in. And at this point, he gets about as much lift on his jumper as I do. So that is that I think he's given them really solid minutes when they've needed it. But yeah, it's interesting that there are guys you can still say, hey, like I talked a lot about the play better adjustment. Like you said, Edgecombe hasn't really shot it well yet. hasn't shot it well at all.
No.
Those guys get going, and the other guys are doing what they're doing. Yeah, it starts to get a lot harder for Boston to win.
Guess what? The Sixers deserve to have a guy like Drummond after Kelly Olynyk and some of these other guys who randomly came out of right field shooting threes against the Sixers over the past playoff failures. Man, oh man, it seems like guys would come out of right field hitting threes against them. But yes, it should be a fun one. Game 7 tomorrow night. Sixers are a 7.5-point underdog in the game. Keith, if I were to ask you right now, you've watched a lot of both these teams, probably more Celtics than Sixers. Going into Game 7, we have a 6-game sample size. Who are you leaning towards that will be able to find a way to win Game 7? Anything can happen, but who's playing better right now?
Yeah, when it comes all down to it, I lean towards history and numbers, and the numbers tell me over the last several years the Celtics rarely shoot poorly more than once or twice in a series. I think they're going to find it. I think they'll find a way to manufacture enough threes, and that'll put the distance between them. I think Boston's going to win at home. They've only lost a couple times in Game 7s in Boston, but I don't. 7.5 feels like a lot. I think this is going to be an absolute battle. It comes right down to the end.
All right, we shall see who steps up this time. You mentioned a Tatum 50-burger a couple of years ago. Pritchard with an outer body experience the other night. Jaylen Brown, does he bounce back from a couple down spots? Is it Derek White who comes off the mat and just enters himself into this series? Sixers, Celtics, Game 7. Listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. At Keith Smith, NBA. Keith, thanks, man.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
As always. There you go. Keith Smith, great breakdown. Sixers, Celtics. He just said it. He's going with the history and the numbers. But the numbers of who's better right now, does it suggest that Philadelphia has been playing better than the Celtics are? Probably at least the last 2 nights. Now, this series has been so bonkers in that Boston has 2 30-plus game victories. 2 30-plus point victories, I should say. They have beaten the Sixers in this series twice by over 30 points. So you got that. And in those games, I mean, the first game they played, it wasn't close from the jump ball. It wasn't close from the first quarter. They were down 33-18 in the first quarter. In fact, the Sixers didn't win a quarter the whole game. You know, generally it's like, okay, you get blown out, and then in the fourth quarter, maybe you outscore them. And no, they got beat in all 4 quarters. They were never competitive in Game 1. And then they bounced back and win Game 2. And in Game 2, this is an interesting thing kind of happened in Game 2, I think anyway, that, you know, and then the Sixers ended up getting bombed again down the road. But one of the interesting things that happened in that game is, if you look at the matchups, all these games, Philadelphia started to play a little bit better defense down the line. Now, they end up giving up 97 in that game. And they gave up 97 in game 5. Last night they gave up 93. So the Sixers in the wins, their defense, they haven't given up over 100 in the games that they have won. In the games that they've lost, though, 123, 108, 128. If they play defense like they have been playing, that could be the separator. That could be the difference. This is, to me, as Keith so eloquently drew out, the Sixers are busting their ass to not give the space to the shooters. And that's what's happened the last 2 nights. Last 2 games, I should say. I mean, you hate to get so worked up and then the Celtics beat you by 30. Does it have that kind of feel to it where you feel like you're finally able to let your guard down a little bit? And then the Celtics, because the one thing that could happen is last night was Pritchard from 3, 1 for 8, something like that. Is Pritchard going to have another 1 for 8 type of night? He was 1 for 8 last night in the loss. And in Game 5, they lose. I mean, he was unbelievable in the one game. Does he have another game like that in him? Because he's the kind of guy you feel like once he gets going. But he was 1 for 5. So he's 2 for his last 13 from 3. That's something that you're like, is he going to continue to be ice cold?
If you had to rank the Celtics players you're most worried about getting going to start the game tomorrow night, how would you rank them? Like 1 through obviously Pritchard's 1, Tatum's 1, Brown's another.
Those 3 guys. Well, I would say
like which one of those
Tatum having the 50 burger that he had a couple of years ago, that stands out in your mind. Jaylen Brown, who's been an MVP candidate, playing at that level. He played in game 1 or 2, whatever it was. He shot the lights out. Pritchard having an outer body experience night like he did in game 4, where he just completely destroyed you, 32 points. And then the other wild card would be White, who has been terrible in the series. He did shoot it a little better last night, finally. He finally had his best game last night. That would be the guys right there. But on the flip side, Oubre hasn't had a big game yet. Edgecombe has had 1 big game. Maxey hasn't had a monster game yet. He's had really good games, but not the stamp at the end of the exclamation point at the end of the sentence. So we'll see. I can't wait. I hate the fact that the Flyers are on at the same time, but we'll talk about it coming up next. All right. How is this game being played on Saturday night a factor? We'll talk to Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider. What lineup changes could be coming for the Flyers and Canadians? That's coming up next. Not the Canadians, the Hurricanes. That's coming up next right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. So somebody thought it was a good idea to put the Flyers and the Sixers on the same night at essentially the same time. The Sixers will kick it off at 7:30. The Flyers will follow up at 8 o'clock. You can listen to the Flyers and the Hurricanes game one on our sister station, Rock 104.1. Kevin Durso will be covering it at Kevin_Durso, 97.3ESPN.com. Flyers and the Hurricanes. So what happened with this series? Everybody's up in arms. How did we land on 8 o'clock on Saturday night when the Sixers had announced they're going to play at 7:30?
Because the NHL had a time slot that nobody was able to take because none of the game sixes from last night are going to a game seven. So that's a primetime Saturday slot that ABC has for the Stanley Cup playoffs, and they needed a game in there. And this is the series that's ready to go more than any of the others. You just found out last night that Minnesota moved on to play Colorado, so they're not going to throw them in 2 nights later. So you get the Flyers and Hurricanes 3 nights after the Flyers finished off their series.
So the Flyers, how do they take this news? They get the text or the message when that they have to play and get themselves pretty much, I guess they left today.
Yeah, they did leave today. By this point, they should be there already and just kind of taking it in, you're relaxing, getting ready for the next day where they'll have, I assume they'll have morning skate tomorrow and then the game at 8 o'clock. Tonight is a night where you probably focus on trying to find a place to grab a dinner together as a team. Maybe they set that up for where they're staying. I'm not sure about that, but I'm sure that they had at least in their minds, because we talked about yesterday that Keith Jones was at least aware that Saturday was a possibility. So I'm sure they prepared for this, but I don't think they really found out about it until probably just a few hours before everybody else did. Like I'm going to guess that they probably knew about it maybe around the start of the games that were going on. And once it was determined that, I guess it was made public once it was determined that that really wasn't happening, but they probably knew already, hey, if these 2 games go the way, this way, you're in for Saturday.
Well, they're going to play Saturday. By the way, correct me if I'm wrong, Ottawa, the Ottawa series for Carolina, that ended last Saturday, right? They've been sitting around for a week.
Yeah, and that was the thing going into Game 4 of the Flyers-Penguins series was that there was the possibility that both teams were going to sweep their series on the same day and then be waiting for something like this, that they would have to wait upwards of at least a week to play. The Flyers then obviously needed 2 more games before they were able to complete the series. So now they're going to come in without probably the rust factor potentially, but then again, you also look at the way the playoff series go, and you get one team that's had a week to rest up, heal up in any way. They had, Carolina had a couple players that were banged up at the end of the Ottawa series and just had a week off to be able to prepare themselves to get back into game action. So they're anticipating a fully healthy lineup in Game 1, whereas the Flyers may have players who are experiencing things. Doesn't mean they're unavailable, but experiencing things and didn't exactly get a bunch of time off in between these 2 series.
So let's talk a little bit about that. Any lineup changes that you foresee because of a different opponent here?
There's one in particular it looks like might happen, and it's going to be at the forward position. It looks like Alex Bump is going to come back out of the lineup to probably try to throw that 4th line back together. So Garnet Hathaway would come back into the lineup and potentially give that 4th line that physicality. I think that's part of what they're going to try to do to set the tone in the series. One thing that Ottawa did pretty well was play physically, and that's what kind of kept some of those games close, even though Carolina ended up winning the series and sweeping it. The games were all relatively close, and as such, playing a physical brand can, one, keep that competitive nature going because you're definitely adding that element to it. And then Carolina took a lot of penalties in the first round for 4 games. Ottawa had 21 power plays in a 4-game series, but only scored 1 time. So you can see how opportunity may be there, but you also got to execute. So it's one of the big keys for me is if Carolina is going to be giving away penalties like that and taking a lot of penalties to put you on the power play, then you better figure out your power play fast because it's quite possibly the window to being competitive on the scoreboard as opposed to just meeting the physicality or the possession game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, let's go back to the matchups in this series. Carolina won 4-3 overtime. That was in October. 4-3 in a shootout December. The very next day, 3-2 in another shootout. And then the April 13th game, Philly won in a shootout. Hurricanes resting a lot of players here. What do we take away from the 4 matchups that on paper were seemingly all overtime and shootout games.
Yeah, well, I apply that for one because I feel like even if the series weren't to last many games, it's going to last a lot because I just get the sense that these two are going to play themselves into overtime at least once, maybe twice, maybe more times than that. Honestly, it's the way they've played each other all year. It's really hard to kind of look at some of the past games with this because there's so many different factors about it. You brought up all the guys that sat out for Carolina in the last game that they met in the regular season, and that doesn't really give you a feel for all the newcomers that the Flyers had kind of come back into the lineup that didn't play when these teams met in a back-to-back in December. By that point, Tyson Forrester was hurt. Porter Martone wasn't here. Alex Bump wasn't called up yet. Denver Barkey wasn't called up yet. So there's a lot of players that didn't get the chance to even experience much of this until that second-to-last game where you clinched the playoff spot. And interesting for me is the goalie matchup in this one. Freddie Anderson's going to be the probable starter because he was throughout the first round for Carolina, so he'll be the probable starter. The Flyers saw him in the second game of the season when they played in October and never saw him again for the rest of the year in the other three matchups against this team. So you're kind of trying to go back to October, if you will, and it's a totally different team for both sides. Everybody's had a chance to work out through the 82-game season to get things right or to get consistency down, to get familiar with each other. You build the lineup the way that you want to for the playoffs, all of that. And it really makes it hard to look at the second game of the season and determine, what can we take from that when you're still really working things out from coming out of training camp to being in playoff mode. It's very different.
So, the last series, what kind of who does this series change the outlook for some of the players?
Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, both teams are going to have to experience different things. I feel like Ottawa came in with some guys that were, kind of that mix of veterans and young players, but their younger players have already had playoff experience from the year before. They also had probably more star power to them. I don't feel like the Flyers have a player that replicates, Ottawa having Brady Tkachuk, for example. I don't think they've got a guy with that kind of star power just yet. I mean, you think of guys like Martone and Michkov that they could get there eventually, but I don't think they have anybody who's that established like that. And Carolina kind of is a similar team in that sense, where it's not. You're certainly not going up against a Sidney Crosby type player in terms of the reputation and the legacy, but you are going up against players who are very skilled and play as a kind of collective unit. So this really, I know there was a lot of talk about how the Flyers kind of play this boring defensive style through the playoffs. That's what wins in the playoffs for one. And Carolina does the same thing, if not better. So you look at the way that Carolina plays, it's going to be two teams that don't give you a lot, don't give up much. Expect a lot of play in the neutral zone. It's the way that these two teams play. So I'd be shocked if we get a high-scoring series because it's just not the way these two teams are made up.
Yeah, hence the possibility for a lot of overtime as we
exactly
saw in all their matchups here. And one thing, let's go to Michkov. Do you expect this is a better fit for him?
I think it could be, and it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen a ton, but I do think that there might be potential. They've been able to do it at least in the past. There might be potential to get more rush chances in this series than they did toward the end of the Pittsburgh series. I think that's what partially did him in a little bit when you got to Game 4, eventually out for Game 5. Even in Game 6, it didn't feel like there was a lot of those chances going on. You really had to generate those from speed in the neutral zone. That's not really Michkov's game, so perhaps you can find a way to get him a little bit more activated in that sense. I think that if you can, again, sometimes for special teams time, if you can get a lot of power play time, that could be a way to get guys going. He did, Michkov did score the first goal for the Flyers in that last game against Carolina. So not like he's coming in with no success whatsoever. It doesn't mean he didn't have success previously against Pittsburgh. I just think that there was a different element to it with all the veterans that Pittsburgh had and the way that they were going to play and defend and kind of mark certain guys. It's almost like they kind of focused heavy on Michkov and took him away. And then after the first handful of games when Martone was killing it, it's like, let's pay attention to this guy too, because he's having a great series. And they were eventually able to kind of do the same thing to him. Of course, Michkov comes back into the lineup and probably makes makes one of the big plays. He gets the primary assist on the game-winning goal that moves you on to the second round. So hopefully that motivation sticks, because he came back and looked like a different player in Game 6. And if he can continue to play to that level, then he can have an impact.
obviously, you talked a little bit about the special teams. They basically were perfect against Ottawa on special teams. I mean, what were they, 20 of 21 against Ottawa? And we know the Flyers don't score a lick. You would have to imagine that that's going to have to change for you to upset a team like Carolina. You have to find a way to finally buck that trend.
Yeah, and for me, it's the volume of penalties that they took. If you're going to give up, that's only a 4-game series. So if you're going to give up upwards of 5 power plays a game and give that many opportunities to a team, you need to at least get 1 goal, if not 2, every single time that happens. Like Game 4 of that series, which ultimately knocks Ottawa out of the playoffs. They were 1 for 9 on the power play. You get 9 power play opportunities, and you can't come up with more than 1 goal. You don't deserve to win the game for that. So that's where that comes into play for me, is that those are opportunities. And granted, Carolina it was an outstanding penalty kill team in the regular season. They're aggressive. They get right up in your face. They don't give you a lot of time. So if the Flyers think they're going to pass along the perimeter and get to stand there a little bit and let something develop, think again, you got to keep it moving. But they did have some success in that area down the stretch where they were moving the puck better. That it kind of fizzled out as soon as you got to the playoff mode and the way Pittsburgh played you. But you got to take whatever you can get here and continue to make adjustments, try to be quick thinking and move the puck well, because that's what's going to give you the opportunity on the power play. And you definitely need to cash in. I look at Game 3 of the last series and really think about that, because that was the one game where your power play came through and it was needed. So you do stuff like that, you can get some of these games to go more tilted in your favor. You might have a shot to pull out a win or 2 because of that, if that's the case.
All right, give me a guy on Carolina that concerns you, that in matchup problems that you would say, yeah, they got him, that's a problem.
Yeah, in most cases, I would probably pick guys off the top line, but I'm going to shift to their second line. Logan Stankoven has been their top scorer from the first round, and you would think that with Carolina's roster, with some of the forwards they have, their top line of Andrei Svechnikov, Sebastian Aho, and Seth Jarvis, that those are the 3 guys that would do the most damage. And those 3 guys definitely know how to do it in their previous matchups against the Flyers. But I look at the way Stankoven has played so far in the playoffs, and you worry about guys who get on hot streaks like that. The way that Martone came in, when Martone scored in both of the first 2 games he played, it's like, well, that's a kid who's riding a hot streak. I don't know how I'm supposed to stop that right away. You're watching him all the time. Stankoven was that guy in round 1 for Carolina, and to me, he's the guy I would watch out for more than anything for now, until somebody else kind of steps forward and takes the reins from him.
Second-year guy. We'll see how it works. Hall, another veteran for them. We'll see how he steps up. You got a young Flyers team. But Tippett banged up a little bit here. We'll see what kind of role he ends up with. Martone kind of slowed down in that first-round series later on in the games against Pittsburgh. Who is the X factor for Philadelphia for you for them to win this series?
I picked Michkov. I think that you need guys like that to get going. If you're going to meet what Carolina does, and as well as they play defensively, then you need skill guys to come through. I don't think it shies away from the other guys we're mentioning, guys like Tippett, Konechny, Zegras. You need all those guys to step up in their own right. But I think that given how the first round went for Michkov, that maybe changing things up. Everybody's talked about clean slates when it comes to moving to another round. He's probably one of the guys who can benefit the most from that. And to me, I'm watching him to be kind of a catalyst from an offensive perspective, because you're certainly not going to be able to win this series. I mean, it would be helpful if you keep getting the goaltending you did in the first round and try to win games 1-0, 2-1 like you did in Game 6. But I don't think you can expect it. You're going to need to score a little bit, and you need guys like Michkov to step up and help in that category.
All right, tomorrow night it's Flyers, and it is the Carolina Hurricane. First time these two teams have ever met in the playoffs. It'll be Raleigh, 8 o'clock, Rock 104.1, and you can listen live on the Rock 104.1 free mobile app. So we can, I don't know how you configure the television people out there, but I'll let you figure it out for yourself. Maybe put on Tim Saunders on the call and watch the game that way. I don't know, but should be fun. We'll have all the coverage right here on Monday's show. Kevin Durso at Kevin_Durso and on 97.3 ESPN.com. All right, man. Thanks, bud.
You got it. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Kevin Durso, the Flyers tomorrow night taking on the Carolina Hurricane. All right, we'll get ready to wrap up the show on the other side. Poll question, we'll update that. It's been a crazy Friday, getting ready for even a crazier Saturday of Philly sports. Happy Hour Friday. I got some picks for the people out there. Everybody on this Happy Hour Friday, what are you having? Get your picks in right now. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. 609-403-0973. What are you having? Give me some good recommendations. It's a big Saturday, so we need some good recommendations for the games. 4:10 Phillies, Kentucky Derby, Game 7, and the Flyers. 609-403-0973. I got some picks. I got some thoughts. Don't go away. That's all next. All right, 5:52, getting ready to get out of here. Happy Hour Friday, everybody. What are you having on a Friday? Let us know. 609-403-0973. Give us some good recommendations for Happy Hour Friday. Josh, what do you got?
So they're dropping 2 beers tomorrow, Mike Gill, at Gusto, when I'm down there for Hanging with Hennig on 97.3 ESPN. The one is going to be called Doom Sauce. It's a double India Pale Ale. It is specifically brewed in collaboration with a couple different, farms down here. So that's one they got coming out tomorrow. The other one is an Imperial Stout called Out There in a Galaxy Far, Far Away. It's actually made with coffee, maple syrup, and vanilla.
Wow. Talk about a flavorful drink there.
So a couple of brews dropping tomorrow. Hanging with Hennig is down there at Gusto Brewing.
All right, stop out tomorrow from 12 to 3. Phillies at 4:10. Kentucky Derby. The race is supposed to go off at 6:57, is from what I understand.
That's what I saw.
And then Sixers coverage, 7:30. Flyers at 8 o'clock. You can listen to the Sixers on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, the Flyers will be on our sister station, Rock 104.1 and the Rock 104.1 free mobile app. Shared Intent from The Seed. I implore you to try it. They also are rocking a new one called Lights Please 22. And that one shall be on everybody's list if you can grab one for the games tomorrow. They do have available cans of that one to go. My buddy texted me the other day. He says, I'm driving by the Seed right now. Do you want me to get you anything? And I said, yes. The games this weekend. Shared Intent, Lights Please 22. I want to see mountains again. There's another good one that you should definitely be trying out. 447, check that out over at Hidden Sands, by the way. They got a new IPA at Hidden Sands, 447. It's more of a hazy for people who want to check out the new Hidden Sands 447. Yeah, there we go. Sixers tomorrow night. I mean, at this point, I've been saying they're going to lose every game, so I think I'll just keep rocking with that. I mean, I said they lose game 6. I said they lose game 5. So I imagine that Boston wins game 7. That one I 1,000% want to be wrong about. Flyers Hurricane. I do not like this matchup a little bit. I think Carolina is a very tough draw for the Flyers. The Phillies have won 3 in a row. Can they keep it going against the Marlins? Probably. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you.